expenses and be the cool guy on campus. Wait a minute. This is my big sister, Tiwa. She's a fashion designer. She sells her outfits online using Zenith Global Pay and regularly sends money to my kid sister and I with star 966 hash easy banking. Meet my big brother, Abu. Abu loves football. He's the mobile app guy, and with just a click on the Zenith mobile app, he has our cable subscription back up because he hates missing games. That's my mom. Mom is the superwoman, and she's always trying out new recipes. Mom is a convenient shopper. She orders online, but prefers to pay with her debit card. Now, meet my dad, Mr. Wazobia. He says his phone can be distracting while he's at work, which is why he's always using the Zenith Internet Banking Portal on his PC, www.zenithbank.com. Have I told you about my younger sister and bestie, Chioma? She recently opened a Zika Teens account. She experiments a lot and uses all the Zenith digital channels depending on how she feels. That's Aunt Nene. She's always smiling and has already opened a Zenith Children's account for my niece, Bimbo, to save towards her future education. Let's not forget Grandma and Grandpa Wazobia. They've been Zenith Bank customers forever and currently pay no bank charges with their Zenith Timeless accounts. Voila! This is us, the Wazobias. So whatever you like, however you like it, Zenith Bank PLC has got you covered. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
The Zenith Diaspora Banking Package is designed to enable Nigerians in diaspora take advantage of investment opportunities back home and perform financial transactions safely and conveniently from anywhere in the world. The features include seamless account opening process, competitive interest payments on domiciliary account deposits, mortgages, Naira and foreign currency debits, credits and prepaid cards, virtual cards, and lots more. For further inquiries, kindly visit www.zenithbank.com/diaspora banking or email diasporabanking@zenithbank.com.
Insurance means peace of mind, whether you're an importer or a vessel owner. There are many risks at sea, and there's no telling what could happen to your cargo or your vessel during transit. You need a backup plan, and Zenith Insurance is here to provide just that with our marine cargo and our marine hull policy.
Whatever is of value to you, your life, your family, your business, your assets, they are always protected. The beautiful thing about our insurance plans at Zenith Insurance is that you can bury your worry over any item you have insured with us. We exist to support your best interests.
Are you interested in getting your products or services to more people, expanding your business, becoming more profitable, and a leader in your industry? If yes, then simply open a Zenith Bank SME Grow My Business account and get the extra edge you need. Access loans at competitive rates, get a free business website, free listing on Google My Business to make your offerings visible to over 100 million Nigerians online, free digital trainings on effective marketing techniques, access to business tools to improve operational efficiency, and so much more. Visit any of our branches today to get your Grow My Business account or www.zenithbank.com/SME to learn more.
Hi, my name is Tejri Wazobia. Welcome to my crib. In my family, we believe life should be simple, convenient, and fun. That's why we use a bank that not only understands our transaction needs, but also provides us with options that best suit our personal styles. Take me. I have a Zenith Aspire account that provides me with the flexibility to manage my school expenses and be the cool guy on campus. Wait a minute. This is my big sister, Tiwa. She's a fashion designer. She sells her outfits online using Zenith Global Pay and regularly sends money to my kid sister and I with *966# easy banking. Meet my big brother, Abu. Abu loves football. He's the mobile app guy, and with just a click on the Zenith mobile app, he has our cable subscription back up because he hates missing games. That's my mom. Mom is the superwoman, and she's always trying out new recipes. Mom is a convenient shopper. She orders online, but prefers to pay with her debit card. Now, meet my dad, Mr. Wazobia. He says his phone can be distracting while he's at work, which is why he's always using the Zenith Internet Banking Portal on his PC, www.zenithbank.com. Have I told you about my younger sister and bestie, Chioma? She recently opened a Zika Teens account. She experiments a lot and uses all the Zenith digital channels depending on how she feels. That's Aunt Nene. She's always smiling and has already opened a Zenith Children's account for my niece, Bimbo, to save towards her future education. Let's not forget Grandma and Grandpa Wazobia. They've been Zenith Bank customers forever and currently pay no bank charges with their Zenith 10% accounts. Voila! This is us, the Wazobias. So whatever you like, however you like it, Zenith Bank PLC has got you covered. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
The Zenith Diaspora Banking Package is designed to enable Nigerians in diaspora take advantage of investment opportunities back home and perform financial transactions safely and conveniently from anywhere in the world. The features include seamless account opening process, competitive interest payments on domiciliary account deposits, mortgages, Naira and foreign currency debits, credits and prepaid cards, virtual cards, and lots more. For further inquiries, kindly visit www.zenithbank.com/diaspora banking or email diasporabanking@zenithbank.com.
Insurance means peace of mind, whether you're an importer or a vessel owner. There are many risks at sea, and there's no telling what could happen to your cargo or your vessel during transit. You need a backup plan, and Zenith Insurance is here to provide just that, with our marine cargo and our marine hull policy.
Whatever is of value to you, your life, your family, your business, your assets, they are always protected. The beautiful thing about our insurance plans at Zenith Insurance is that you can bury your worry over any item you have insured with us. We exist to support your best interests.
Are you interested in getting your products or services to more people, expanding your business, becoming more profitable, and a leader in your industry? If yes, then simply open a Zenith Bank SME Grow My Business account and get the extra edge you need. Access loans at competitive rates, get a free business website, free listing on Google My Business to make your offerings visible to over 100 million Nigerians online, free digital trainings on effective marketing techniques, access to business tools to improve operational efficiency, and so much more. Visit any of our branches today to get your Grow My Business account or www.zenithbank.com/SME to learn more.
Hi, my name is Tejmi Wazobia. Welcome to my crib. In my family, we believe life should be simple, convenient, and fun. That's why we use a bank that not only understands our transaction needs, but also provides us with options that best suit our personal styles. Take me. I have a Zenith Aspire account that provides me with the flexibility to manage my school expenses and be the cool guy on campus. Wait a minute. This is my big sister, Tiwa. She's a fashion designer. She sells her outfits online using Zenith Global Pay and regularly sends money to my kid sister and I with *966# easy banking. Meet my big brother, Abu. Abu loves football. He's the mobile app guy, and with just a click on the Zenith mobile app, he has our cable subscription back up because he hates missing games. That's my mom. Mom is the superwoman, and she's always trying out new recipes. Mom is a convenience shopper. She orders online, but prefers to pay with her debit card. Now, meet my dad, Mr. Wazobia. He says his phone can be distracting while he's at work, which is why he's always using the Zenith Internet Banking Portal on his PC, www.zenithbank.com. Have I told you about my younger sister and bestie, Chioma? She recently opened a Zika Teens account. She experiments a lot and uses all the Zenith digital channels depending on how she feels. That's Aunt Nene. She's always smiling and has already opened a Zenith Children's account for my niece, Bimbo, to save towards her future education. Let's not forget Grandma and Grandpa Wazobia. They've been Zenith Bank customers forever and currently pay no bank charges with their Zenith Timeless accounts. Voila! This is us, the Wazobia. So whatever you like, however you like it, Zenith Bank PLC has got you covered. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
The Zenith Diaspora Banking Package is designed to enable Nigerians in diaspora take advantage of investment opportunities back home and perform financial transactions safely and conveniently from anywhere in the world. The features include seamless account opening process, competitive interest payments on domiciliary account deposits, mortgages, Naira and foreign currency debits, credits and prepaid cards, virtual cards, and lots more. For further inquiries, kindly visit www.zenithbank.com/diaspora banking or email diasporabanking@zenithbank.com.
Insurance means peace of mind, whether you're an importer or a vessel owner. There are many risks at sea, and there's no telling what could happen to your cargo or your vessel during transit. You need a backup plan, and Zenith Insurance is here to provide just that with our marine cargo and our marine hull policy.
Whatever is of value to you, your life, your family, your business, your assets, they are always protected. The beautiful thing about our insurance plans at Zenith Insurance is that you can bury your worry over any item you have insured with us. We exist to support your best interests.
Are you interested in getting your products or services to more people, expanding your business, becoming more profitable, and a leader in your industry? If yes, then simply open a Zenith Bank SME Grow My Business account and get the extra edge you need. Access loans at competitive rates, get a free business website, free listing on Google My Business to make your offerings visible to over 100 million Nigerians online, free digital trainings on effective marketing techniques, access to business tools to improve operational efficiency, and so much more. Visit any of our branches today to get your Grow My Business account or www.zenithbank.com/SME to learn more.
Hi, my name is Tejmi Wazobia. Welcome to my crib. In my family, we believe life should be simple, convenient, and fun. That's why we use a bank that not only understands our transaction needs, but also provides us with options that best suit our personal styles. Take me. I have a Zenith Aspire account that provides me with the flexibility to manage my school expenses and be the cool guy on campus. Wait a minute. This is my big sister, Tiwa. She's a fashion designer. She sells her outfits online using Zenith Global Pay and regularly sends money to my kid sister and I with *966# easy banking. Meet my big brother, Abu. Abu loves football. He's a mobile app guy, and with just a click on the Zenith mobile app, he has our cable subscription back up because he hates missing games. That's my mom. Mom is the superwoman, and she's always trying out new recipes. Mom is a convenient shopper. She orders online, but prefers to pay with her debit card. Now, meet my dad, Mr. Wazobia. He says his phone can be distracting while he's at work, which is why he's always using the Zenith Internet Banking Portal on his PC, www.zenithbank.com. Have I told you about my younger sister and bestie, Chioma? She recently opened a Zika Teens account. She experiments a lot and uses all the Zenith digital channels depending on how she feels. That's Aunt Nene. She's always smiling and has already opened a Zenith Children's account for my niece, Bimbo, to save towards her future education. Let's not forget Grandma and Grandpa Wazobia. They've been Zenith Bank customers forever and currently pay no bank charges with their Zenith Timeless accounts. Voila! This is us, the Wazobias. So whatever you like, however you like it, Zenith Bank PLC has got you covered. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
The Zenith Diaspora Banking Package is designed to enable Nigerians in diaspora take advantage of investment opportunities back home and perform financial transactions safely and conveniently from anywhere in the world. The features include seamless account opening process, competitive interest payments on domiciliary account deposits, mortgages, Naira and foreign currency debits, credits and prepaid cards, virtual cards, and lots more. For further inquiries, kindly visit www.zenithbank.com/diaspora banking or email diasporabanking@zenithbank.com.
Insurance means peace of mind, whether you're an importer or a vessel owner. There are many risks at sea, and there's no telling what could happen to your cargo or your vessel during transit. You need a backup plan, and Zenith Insurance is here to provide just that with our marine cargo and our marine hull policy.
Whatever is of value to you
with our marine cargo and our marine hull policy.
Whatever is of value to you, your life, your family, your business, your assets, they are always protected. The beautiful thing about our insurance plan at Zenith Insurance is that you can bury your worry over any item you have insured with us. We exist to support your best interest.
Are you interested in getting your products or services to more people, expanding your business, becoming more profitable, and a leader in your industry? If yes, then simply open a Zenith Bank SME Grow My Business account and get the extra edge you need. Access loans at competitive rates, get a free business website, free listing on Google My Business to make your offerings visible to over 100 million Nigerians online, free digital trainings on effective marketing techniques, access to business tools to improve operational efficiency, and so much more. Visit any of our branches today to get your Grow My Business account or www.zenithbank.com/SME to learn more.
Hi, my name is Tejri Wazobia. Welcome to my crib. In my family, we believe life should be simple, convenient, and fun. That's why we use a bank that not only understands our transaction needs, but also provides us with options that best suit our personal styles. Take me. I have a Zenith Aspire account that provides me with the flexibility to manage my school expenses and be the cool guy on campus. Wait a minute. This is my big sister, Tiwa. She's a fashion designer. She sells her outfits online using Zenith Global Pay and regularly sends money to my kid sister and I with *966# easy banking. Meet my big brother, Abu. Abu loves football. He's the mobile app guy, and with just a click on the Zenith mobile app, he has our cable subscription back up because he hates missing games. That's my mom. Mom is the superwoman, and she's always trying out new recipes. Mom is a convenient shopper. She orders online, but prefers to pay with her debit card. Now, meet my dad, Mr. Wazobia. He says his phone can be distracting while he's at work, which is why he's always using the Zenith Internet Banking Portal on his PC, www.zenithbank.com. Have I told you about my younger sister and bestie, Chioma? She recently opened a Zika Teens account. She experiments a lot and uses all the Zenith digital channels depending on how she feels. That's Aunt Nene. She's always smiling and has already opened a Zenith Children's account for my niece, Bimbo, to save towards her future education. Let's not forget Grandma and Grandpa Wazobia. They've been Zenith Bank customers forever and currently pay no bank charges with their Zenith Timeless accounts. Voila! This is us, the Wazobia. So whatever you like, however you like it, Zenith Bank PLC has got you covered. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2023 Zenith Bank International Trade Seminar on non-oil exports. We kindly ask that you take your seats and settle down, as the seminar will start shortly. Thank you.
The Zenith Diaspora Banking Package is designed to enable Nigerians in diaspora take advantage of investment opportunities back home and perform financial transactions safely and conveniently from anywhere in the world. The features include seamless account opening process, competitive interest payments on domiciliary account deposits, mortgages, Naira and foreign currency debits, credits and prepaid cards, virtual cards, and lots more. For further inquiries, kindly visit www.zenithbank.com/diaspora banking or email diasporabanking@zenithbank.com.
At competitive rates, get a free business website, free listing on Google My Business to make your offerings visible to over 100 million Nigerians online, free digital trainings on effective marketing techniques, access to business tools to improve operational efficiency, and so much more. Visit any of our branches today to get your Grow My Business account or www.zenithbank.com/SME to learn more.
Hi, my name is Tejri Wazobia. Welcome to my crib. In my family, we believe life should be simple, convenient, and fun. That's why we use a bank that not only understands our transaction needs, but also provides us with options that best suit our personal styles. Take me. I have a Zenith Aspire account that provides me with the flexibility to manage my school expenses and be the cool guy on campus. Wait a minute. This is my big sister, Tiwa. She's a fashion designer. She sells her outfits online using Zenith Global Pay and regularly sends money to my kid sister and I with *966# easy banking. Meet my big brother, Abu. Abu loves football. He's a mobile app guy, and with just a click on the Zenith mobile app, he has our cable subscription back up because he hates missing games. That's my mom. Mom is the superwoman, and she's always trying out new recipes. Mom is a convenient shopper. She orders online, but prefers to pay with her debit card. Now, meet my dad, Mr. Wazobia. He says his phone can be distracting while he's at work, which is why he's always using the Zenith Internet Banking Portal on his PC, www.zenithbank.com. Have I told you about my younger sister and bestie, Chioma? She recently opened a Zika Teens account. She experiments a lot and uses all the Zenith digital channels depending on how she feels. That's Aunt Nene. She's always smiling and has already opened a Zenith Children's account for my niece, Bimbo, to save towards her future education. Let's not forget Grandma and Grandpa Wazobia. They've been Zenith Bank customers forever and currently pay no bank charges with their Zenith Timeless accounts. Voila! This is us, the Wazobia. So whatever you like, however you like it, Zenith Bank PLC has got you covered. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
The Zenith Diaspora Banking Package is designed to enable Nigerians in diaspora take advantage of investment opportunities back home and perform financial transactions safely and conveniently from anywhere in the world. The features include seamless account opening process, competitive interest payments on domiciliary account deposits, mortgages, Naira and foreign currency debits, credits and prepaid cards, virtual cards, and lots more. For further inquiries, kindly visit www.zenithbank.com/diaspora banking or email diasporabanking@zenithbank.com.
Insurance means peace of mind, whether you're an importer or a vessel owner. There are many risks at sea, and there's no telling what could happen to your cargo or your vessel during transit. You need a backup plan, and Zenith Insurance is here to provide just that with our marine cargo and our marine hull policy.
Whatever is of value to you, your life, your family, your business, your assets, they are always protected. The beautiful thing about our insurance plans at Zenith Insurance is that you can bury your worry over any item you have insured with us. We exist to support your best interests.
Are you interested in getting your products or services to more people, expanding your business, becoming more profitable, and a leader in your industry? If yes, then simply open a Zenith Bank SME Grow My Business account and get the extra edge you need. Access loans at competitive rates, get a free business website, free listing on Google My Business to make your offerings visible to over 100 million Nigerians online, free digital trainings on effective marketing techniques, access to business tools to improve operational efficiency, and so much more. Visit any of our branches today to get your Grow My Business account or www.zenithbank.com/SME to learn more.
Hi, my name is Tejri Wazobia. Welcome to my crib. In my family, we believe life should be simple, convenient, and fun. That's why we use a bank that not only understands our transaction needs, but also provides us with options that best suit our personal styles. Take me. I have a Zenith Aspire account that provides me with the flexibility to manage my school expenses and be the cool guy on campus. Wait a minute. This is my big sister, Tiwa. She's a fashion designer. She sells her outfits online using Zenith Global Pay and regularly sends money to my kid sister and I with *966# easy banking. Meet my big brother, Abu. Abu loves football. He's the mobile app guy, and with just a click on the Zenith mobile app, he has our cable subscription back up because he hates missing games. That's my mom. Mom is the superwoman, and she's always trying out new recipes. Mom is a convenient shopper. She orders online, but prefers to pay with her debit card. Now, meet my dad, Mr. Wazobia. He says his phone can be distracting while he's at work, which is why he's always using the Zenith Internet Banking Portal on his PC, www.zenithbank.com. Have I told you about my younger sister and bestie, Chioma? She recently opened a Zika Teens account. She experiments a lot and uses all the Zenith digital channels depending on how she feels. That's Aunt Nene. She's always smiling and has already opened a Zenith Children's account for my niece, Bimbo, to save towards her future education. Let's not forget Grandma and Grandpa Wazobia. They've been Zenith Bank customers forever and currently paying.
It's DJ Cypher Lee in the mix.
and gentlemen, if you're able to find your place in the hall, we will expect everyone to please take your seat and so that we can all rise for the anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Please, may we all rise for the anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Kindly be seated. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, those who are here with us and those joining us online. Welcome to the 2023 Zenith Bank International Trade Seminar. A round of applause for yourselves.
We thank you sincerely. My colleague is Ms. Tolu Adile Rubalogun. She's the head of programs at TV Central and a journalist of repute. I am Bosun Omofaye, and I talk for a living for the last 33 years.
And now today, I'm joining him to talk because the conversations that we'll be having on stage with the goodwill messages will focus on the non-oil export sector. We will be looking at issues that surround that with experts and, of course, conversations that look at the past and the present and the future. The theme for today, Nigerian non-oil exports industry, the present and the future. And many will agree that there's no better and more imperative time for the conversations that we'll be having today.
Thank you, everyone. I'm sure we all know that there is no better time to discuss trade and non-oil exports. But I was really enthused when I was invited that this program would do less about the past, but more about the present and the future. And the bank that has consistently put non-oil export industry in the forefront every year is Zenith Bank of Nigeria. PLC, please give a round of applause. Today and this year, Zenith Bank has assembled a very, what you call the A-team. I'm sure those of you who are Arsenal or Man U were thinking, what a Chelsea, who's the A-team here? But of course we have an A-team of those who understand exports and trade, finance, investment, and everything in between, including logistics, here this morning for this 2.5 hours event. So we'll make it very business-like. But the main point of this event for me this morning is what will happen very shortly on that very small table over there. And that will be the first time since the AFCFTA was set up here in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And may I please recognize our chief host here for this event. Please put your hands together for Dr. Ebenezer Onyeabo. Please stand up for recognition. The group CEO of Zenith Bank, Nigeria's largest commercial bank by market value. And I will stop at that because I see your value every day on the stock market. Please give it a round of applause, please.
But I won't stop at that, because when you look at how Zenith Bank has been performing, it is one of the best banks here on the African continent. In 2022, the bank ended the year with 13 awards, and currently Zenith Bank already has the Best Corporate Governance in Nigeria award for 2023, as well as the Best Commercial Bank in Nigeria 2023 as well. So those are outstanding achievements that we expect Zenith Bank to continue to build on. And again, now,
history is going to be made today as well.
Yes, of course, and the man who's put the whole foundation for this together is none other than Jim Ovia, CFR, the founder and chairman of Zenith Bank PLC. Please put your hands together for him. He's joining us virtually, and he's the man who's led the foundation and continue to be at the back of this very great institution. Now, let me quickly recognize a very august visitor and guest here today in the month of August. I am born in the month of August in the next couple of days. So please put your hands together for this very brief introduction just to start with. Please rise for recognition, Mr. Wamkele Mene, Your Excellency, the Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Thanks for coming through. That is a true son of Africa. That is the man on whose shoulders the entire 1.2 billion Africans and the entire trade for the continent stand. In fact, is Africa's #1 trade ambassador. Another round of applause for Wamkele Mene, please. Thank you so much for coming. He's a true son of the continent.
And we'll say no pressure, but we expect many, many things, many good things. And with the signing of the MOU between Zenith Bank and, of course, the African Continental Free Trade Area on the smart AFCFTA portal, we know that good things are coming. So it's a day of good tidings and history.
Thank you so much. And let me please quickly also recognize a few other individuals in no particular order, but please put your hands together for the representative of the acting governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria. Folashadun Adebisi Shonubi is the acting governor of the Central Bank, and he sent an able representative, Dr. Kingsley Obiora, who is the deputy governor in charge of economic policy. Dr. Obiora, please. Thank you so much. He's got a goodwill message from the Central Bank of Nigeria to deliver to us. And also this morning, please, ladies and gentlemen, the man who spent many of his years in trade and finance and exports, the man whose late father was responsible for one of the high-rise buildings in Nigeria built with a non-oil export money. Please put your hands together for Dr. Olusegun Awolowo, Secretary, National Action on AFCFTA, on behalf of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and of course, who was in charge of the NEPC, Nigeria Export Promotion Commission Council. Thank you very much for coming. We'll have more of your profile a little bit later on. Tolu.
And as things continue to move ahead, we are going to go straight into the welcome address. But before that, we want to also recognize members of the executive management team of Zenith Bank PLC. We'll start with the executive director, the deputy managing director who's joining us online. Please, a round of applause for Dame Dr. Adora Umeoji, OON, deputy managing director. She joins us online. Please, a round of applause for her. Also part of the executive management team for Zenith Bank that we'll recognize now, we also have Dr. Tokwe Fasharanti. Please, a round of applause for him. We'll also be recognizing at this time Mr. Henry Horo. Please, a round of applause for him. Let's also recognize Dr. Mrs. Adobe Inwakwa. Please, a round of applause for her. And definitely not last, and definitely not least on this list, as we recognize the executive management of Zenith Bank, we also have Mr. Akin Ogurati. Please, a round of applause for him.
So what are we going to enjoy today? Let me just give you a brief overview of what we're going to expect. We have a number of goodwill messages, and as I said, for me, the biggest part of this event is happening over there between two very key individuals, and we will get into that. But we have two panels that will focus on the non-oil export industry. And I want to say a very big thank you to all our panelists and keynote speakers. Let me please recognize, and let's put our hands for Dr. Ezra Yakusak, Executive Director and CEO of the Nigeria Export Promotion Council. Dr. Yakusak, thank you very much. He will be leading the presentation for the panel that I will be moderating in the next couple of, in about an hour. And let me say thank you for members of that panel. We've seen the representative of the Acting Comptroller General of the Federal Republic of the Nigerian Customs, Mohammed Babandede, the Comptroller Export Terminal. Thank you very much for coming. He's representing Mr. Bashir Adewale, who is the Acting Comptroller General. Mr. Mohammed Bello Koko, the Managing Director and CEO of Nigerian Post Authority. Thank you very much. It's good to see you again this year for being here. Alhaji Motada Adeyemi Adeniji, the man who grows cocoa even in his house. Where are you, Alhaji? That's the man. That's the cocoa man. Yes, if we're talking cocoa in Nigeria, that's the man, that's the go-to man. You want to have that beverage that is made of pure chocolate cocoa, that's the man you need to talk to. And if he's sitting close to the customs man, you know why. So that the exports can go in and come out very quickly. So they choose the right partner over there. Mr. Satya Gopal, the Managing Director of Century Mining Company. There are those, thank you, it's good to see you, yes. And above the ground and under the ground, it's all about non-oil exports. Mr. Binhu Nanda, the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of WACOT Nigeria. And those folks are really into this. Thank you so much for coming here, WACOT. You want to talk about members of your panel quickly for about a minute?
So the panel I'll be hosting today will also be focusing on issues around the non-oil export sector. We'll be looking at harnessing the opportunities in service exports. One of my panelists will be Mr. Olugbenga Agbola. We're also expecting him today, but please a round of applause for him.
From Flutterwave.
From Flutterwave. He's the CEO of Flutterwave. Also coming to the panel, but representing Dr. Inaji Ozoemena, Director, Trade and Exchange of the Department for the CBN, I have Mrs. Chika Inwagu. She's Deputy Director, CBN. She's present with us today. Please a round of applause for her. Mr. Jason Njoko, he's the CEO of iRoko TV. Please a round of applause for him. And as we continue to talk about service exports, Minnie Bartels, General Manager, Film One Entertainment, will join us on the panel as well. Please a round of applause for her. Let's keep the round of applause going for all the panelists who've made their time here today. And I also have the Divisional CEO, Interswitch Group, Mr. Akeem Lawal, who will also be on the panel. Please a round of applause for him. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tolu. And just like I said, forget you got the Nigeria Shippers Council well represented. Please put your hands together for the representative of the Executive Secretary of the Nigerian Shippers Council. Please put your hands together for Madam. Thank you, Madam. Thanks for coming. We appreciate that.
And there will also be presentations from Zenith Bank subsidiaries as well. We'll hear from Zenith General Insurance Company, Zenith Bank UK, as well as Zenith Bank Ghana. So those are a few things you should expect from the event today. And as we continue to get things off, we had to hand things over to the main man, one of the main men of the hour today, who will officially welcome you to the Zenith Bank International Trade Seminar 2023. Please, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Dr. Ebenezer Onyoagu, Group Managing Director, Zenith Bank PLC. Please, we can do better with that round of applause. Let's keep it going as he makes his way to the stage. We can also rise to recognize him as well. Please, let's keep the round of applause going for him.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I'd like to convey the warm wishes of our founder and chairman, the quintessential, extraordinarily phenomenal visionary, on whose shoulder, on whose work, on whose foundational elements that what you see as Zenith today is standing. You know, he tells us he's retired, but we have him as number one in the reserve list. Unfortunately, he's not able to join us, but he's very much aware of this program, and he's very thankful and grateful for everyone who has taken out time to be here. I know the MC, they have tried to lay the protocol with recognitions, but permit me also to welcome most especially the hardworking, intelligent, and very, very deep, insightful Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area, His Excellency William Mekele. Your Excellency, I think this is the third or fourth time you are participating in this program, but this is the first time you are attending in person. And this is also very unique because in the course of the program, Zenith Bank and AFCTA will be executing an MOU that will transform the face of trade and project Africa for us to possess Africa. Let me also welcome very especially the Deputy Governor of Central Bank, the simple, quiet, unassuming, but extraordinarily cerebral, Dr. Kingsley Obiora. Of course, we have our homeboy here, Mohammed Koko Bello. I think I'll say I'm privileged to be one of those that Mohammed Koko Bello referred to, sir. He's, where he is, in the order of the pecking order, we come on, but each time I call him is yes, sir. So, Koko, we are very happy to have you here. Then, my very dear brother, who was there at the beginning, who took us through and said, there's somebody that needs to drive this advocacy beyond government. Somebody needs to begin to create the awareness. Let's talk about non-oil exports. Like the MC said, he comes from a lineage where, if we are going back into the history of the story and the journey of non-oil issues, he has the claim to fame to say that our family has nurtured this. Our family saw the light ahead of others. I'm talking of no other person than Segun Awolowo. Incidentally, Segun is also the secretary of the Action Committee of African Continental Trade Implementation in the country. Of course, our distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the ESCO member, I can't forget the current, the incumbent executive secretary of Nigerian Export Promotion Council, the very respected Dr. Yakuza. Thank you. Today is a very special day because it represents the 8th edition of the story of non-oil exports advocacy by Zenith Bank. Before we go on further, it will be important for me to take us through the achievements we have been able to record since we started this program. First is that we've been able to influence policy direction with regard to how non-oil export business is being conducted. One of them is the fact that there is a policy recommendation for extending the repatriation proceeds of non-oil export proceeds from 90 to 180 days. It used to be 80 days in one of our programs. We came up with that idea, and this has since been adopted. The policy that makes it mandatory for shippers not to carry export without a Nigerian export proceeds form number was also from this seminar. We also recommended the development of the automation of the Nigerian export proceeds form and the non-commercial exports form, which has led to improvement and transparency in the processing, recording, and reporting of export transactions in Nigeria. We further recommended the harmonization of activities of the various agencies at the port. I know that at the last session, Mohammed Koko talked about the establishment of a single window where operations of the port can be digitized, and you don't see the various agencies going one after the other to inspect consignment for export. So I know that work is in progress, but that idea was muted from this seminar. We also have a very effective collaboration with the Nigerian Export Promotion Council in training and retraining non-oil exporters in Nigeria, including NYC members. We have also come up with a program that will cater for SMEs with our Zero to Hero program. Essentially, what the Zero to Hero program speaks to is the fact that if you have never done export before, we provide you the platform of incubation, the platform for training, the platform for you to understand what export is about, and we also expose you to the rudiments of sourcing export materials as well as documentation. We take it further by also assisting in identifying possible and potential export markets liaising with the Nigerian missions, trade missions abroad. Now, if you look at the slides that is being shown right now, we started this journey in 2016. You will recognize that on a year-to-year basis, you can see, although marginal, improvement in terms of contribution of non-oil exports. They say that in Naked the Bird, they say if he can fly without perching and nobody praises him, he will praise himself. We lay claim to this achievement that has been recorded. I think we deserve some respect and recognition. Since the story started, we started advancing it. You can see the gradual and steady increase. The one for 2020 is understandably so because of the impact of COVID. But soon after COVID, even the year of COVID, we didn't relent. We still held the seminar. I remember speaking with Shegun. Shegun had just come out from a challenge of COVID, and he said, even if we can't say, Beniza, we must hold this thing. Let's not break it. We held it, and we have continued to hold it. In fact, as far as we are concerned, Shegun, there is no time we'll hold this event that Shegun will not be here. Shegun, we thank you very much for the encouragement. So, even at that, the contribution of non-oil export to the overall GDP of the country is still very abysmal. And when you relate it to the contribution of oil and gas, you find out that, you see, permit me to speak maybe in risk management balance or finance balance. It is said that if you have an efficient portfolio is a portfolio where you have variables that are negatively correlated, so that adverse movement in one is mitigated by a corresponding negative movement in the others. But here in Nigeria, unfortunately, we are saddled with the key variables that behaved the same way. These two key variables are: one, crude production and sale. The second one is foreign exchange earning. Whatever affects crude production affects the oil price, our oil earnings. Whatever affects oil price also impacts our crude earnings. So we have a situation where, as it were, the key portfolio driving our economy, the key variables driving our economy are positively correlated. The covariants are also positive. Therefore, is anybody surprised at the volatility we are seeing? What we attempt to, but we're also saying we need to take it further. The time has come for value addition. In talking about value addition, let me tell you the story of a fisherman and the owner of a buka, a restaurant in one of the riverine locations. This fisherman will go out and fish in the night. He will come back, he will sell the fish to the buka woman. And on this particular day, what did he decide to do? He decided to spend time with the buka woman to see what she does to the fish. He recognized that the fish he sold for 2,000 was cut into 15 pieces. And when they finished garnishing and making the soup and different things, it was being sold for 1,000 a piece. So what he sold for 2,000 naira, at the end of the day, the buka woman was realizing 15,000 naira. And he said to the woman, "You are cheating me. How can I sell this to you 2,000 and you are selling it 15,000? And the woman replied, "You have sold to me, your business is over. Do you know what I do to develop and put it in this condition?" The man couldn't strike a deal, but fortunately for the man, the wife can cook very well. The wife makes one of the best, the reverend people, they know fisherman soup. The wife makes fisherman soup. He got home, he told the wife was working in the civil service. On a monthly basis, family income was about 150,000 naira. The man told the wife, I need you to resign from your government work. Take a leave of absence for 6 months. When I catch my fish, I come back, you are going to cut not 15 pieces, but 20 pieces. We will sell it for 1,000 naira. The same fisherman soup you make for me, you will make it. They started, and he named his restaurant the Fisherman Bush Bar. The name was catchy, and people were coming to the restaurant. And after about 4 months, he did a stock taking and realized that on the average, family income moved from 150,000 naira to about 600,000 naira monthly. And he told the wife, resign from the employment. Say, now I understand. The man who adds value extracts the most value. So, look at us where we are. In Nigeria, maybe I will go to our natural endowments. You look at, when you talk about natural endowment, we are so blessed in this country that there's no region of the country that is left out. Every region of the country has 1 or 2 endowments, very outstandingly so, that it helps us to be in the pecking order when you are looking at global ranking. But if you also look at what happens to them, I mean, they are there, I can't go through all of them. You look at Southeast, South, South, Southwest, North Central, and Northwest, we have exportable items. But what you look at, the story of the past is that we export them in the primary form. So the thinking has to change. We don't have to reason like the fisherman. We don't have to begin to ask for the value. We need to begin to add value here. When we say the present, the future, it was deliberate, like the MC said. It was deliberate for us not to refer to the past. You see, when you talk about the history of the past, especially failure, the only thing you attract to yourself is sympathy. Sympathy brings you down. Sympathy takes morale from you. Sympathy reduces your self-esteem. We are asking that we will not talk about the past. We talk about what is possible today and what is possible tomorrow. And what is possible today and possible tomorrow is the fact that the moment we start adding value here, we extract the most value. And from us attracting sympathy, we attract recognition, we attract respect, we attract prosperity above all. And when you add value, what are you doing by domesticating value addition? You are domesticating labor and employment here. When we export in primary form, we are equally exporting jobs. So if you are to ask me to say in another form the theme of this year's non-oil export, I'll be telling you the time for prosperity incubation in Nigeria is here. That is the message we are passing by the theme of this session. So the next slide talks about the key non-oil exports and the countries where you have the final products being processed. If you take a look at that, even where you see Nigeria mentioned is about the intermediary product. If you are talking about cocoa, well, the processing we do is to produce cocoa powder. But who says we can't make chocolate here? Talking about recognition for the man who has the value. How many times have you bought chocolate and they tell you this chocolate is made from cocoa bean from Nigeria? The only thing you hear is that made in Switzerland. The man who has value gets the recognition, gets the respect. Nigeria needs to begin to get respect and value. We have stayed too long at the back seat. We have blamed too many things. The time for change is here. Zenith is prepared to continue to be an advocate for this. Well, when we talk about this, I know people will talk about different problems, different challenges, but the key thing is for us to begin. The key thing is for us to begin to take it head on. So if you look at some of the initiatives that have been put in place, the present scenarios, it's the fact that first, in November 2022, the federal government developed 5 export processing terminals through the Nigerian MPA to ensure speedy and seamless processing of export cargoes. That is the first step. So it shows a deliberate effort and focus by government to give attention to non-oil exports. So it's expected that the establishment of this export processing terminal will address some of the challenges. I know if you ask the exporters here, they will talk about the fact that a consignment gets to the port, it takes an average of 3-4 weeks to get processed. I hope with the establishment of the export processing terminals, all hands will be on deck for us to digitize it and have single window processing them. So if we are looking at economic prosperity for the country and reduce of our dependence on oil, we have no other place to go than to look at non-oil export value addition. It requires expanding the range of value addition and exportable items. And in pursuit of diversifying foreign exchange earning through non-oil exports, the CBN, the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, and the MPA, like I said, have developed several programs. And again, looking at CBN has also been very, very amenable to coming up with initiatives that will promote export trade. I'm sure the Deputy Governor will share some of those insights with respect to what government is doing. So, talking about the future, what do we expect? What our expectation? The inefficiencies at the ports has to stop. I'm glad the custom representative is here. We are happy to have you, Alhaji Babande. Thank you for always answering our call. You see, like in my various engagements with His Excellency, the Secretary General of AFCTA, he talks about the fact that the prosperity of Africa is in our hands, that nobody, no foreigner will develop Africa. We have to lead the way for others to follow. But what we have done in Africa most of the time is that we are waiting for the foreigners to, no, we need to lead the way. So which is where we talk about the idea of the African Continental Free Trade Zone. We expect that the commencement of the implementation of this agenda will change the fortune for not just Nigeria, for the whole of Africa. And in the course of this event today, you can see the table laid out where the MOU between Zenith Bank and African Continental Free Trade Area will be executed. The MOU will be for Zenith to develop, will be developing the smart AFCTA portal, which is going to serve as a trade portal that will showcase African products and services where they can be found. With the development of this portal, one of the capabilities we are going to build in there is that you can sit in every part of Africa and market your products and services. You can sit in every part of Africa, identify whatever products and services you require that are in Africa. If you look at the schedule, permit me to show this schedule of Q1 export in Nigeria, you realize that as non-oil export in Nigeria, 46.43% goes to Europe, 24.85% goes to Asia, America 18.39%, Africa 10.27%. And also there is this tendency in Africa. The moment you are looking for an item you can't find in your geography or region, the first thing you think of is, how do I find it in Europe? How do I find it in the West? How do I find it in China? Now, with the development of the AFCTA Smart Portal, we are saying, look for it in Africa before you look elsewhere. So I'm happy that His Excellency is here, and that I know the amount of work he had to put in and the accommodation he created to be here. Just as you see him standing here, I know that in the last 4 weeks he has never been home. He's been flying all over the place, and he had to create a very, very specific accommodation for us to be here. Your Excellency, thank you very much. So, in conclusion, we're happy that we have in attendance the acting governor, who is ably represented by the deputy governor, Dr. Kingsley Obiora. Unfortunately, the minister designate and the special advisor to the president on monetary policy, Wale Edu, couldn't be here. He sends his apologies and well wishes. and he's looking forward to the communique that will come out from this session for his immediate review. We have also assembled a distinguished panel of seasoned professionals and practitioners in trade and export ecosystem to hold a two-panel session. Permit us to that we have our subsidiaries coming from Zenith UK, Zenith Ghana. We also have Zenith Insurance. Zenith Insurance will give them the slot to also talk about the export, the insurance product they have to support export. And Zenith UK in particular will also be talking to the audience to let you know how your export documents can be effectively handled to the extent that if you require discounting, you will be able to access facility effortless. The whole idea is let's keep it in-house. We create better multiplier effect when it circulates in-house, and is also effective in relationship management. Distinguished participants, today promises to be exciting and enriching for all of us in Nigeria and non-export ecosystem, and indeed Africa, with the signing of the AFCTA Smart Portal on relationship. There will also be opportunity for question and answer in between the panel presentation, and we also have opportunity. We have about 22 companies that have exhibited their exportable items in the booth. We encourage you in between the session to take time and see it and see that, yes, the journey has begun. There is no destination. We'll walk the talk, and we'll collectively work with all those who are determined to build prosperity for all in Nigeria. Nigeria is our own. Africa is our own. We will possess our possession, and we'll be great again. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Please, let's keep the round of applause going one more time for the Group Managing Director, Dr. Ebenezer Onyeagwu, Zenith Bank PLC. Please, a round of applause for him. And there are many things that the GMD said that I take away from his welcome address. And one thing I want us to remember that is change is constant. It's one of the constant things that we have in life. And it's those that embrace and also, of course, those who bring on the change that will be positioned to benefit from it. And what Zenith Bank is doing today, also making history with the African Continental Free Trade Area, is that they are positioning themselves for the change that's coming. The change that's coming to the continent, the change that's coming to the businesses here and to the people here on the continent. So please, once again, a round of applause for Zenith Bank as well as the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. And game changers. In this room, there are game changers. And as the game is changing and Zenith Bank and the Secretariat are positioning themselves for change, there are businesses, individuals here who will also bring about the change that the continent needs. To look more into those issues, but of course also with a goodwill message that continues to set us down the path of the conversations we're having today, I'd like to bring up to the stage now Dr. Kingsley Obiora. Please, a round of applause for him. He's representing the acting governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Folashodun Adebisi Shonobi. Please, let's keep the round of applause going as he comes to the stage. He was one time an alternative executive director at the IMF. He has also simultaneously served as a technical advisor to Nigeria's National Economic Management Team, as well as a special assistant to former President Jonathan's chief economic advisor. He's also served as a special advisor on economic matters to the governor of the Central Bank and is now currently Deputy Governor, Economic Policy at the CBN. Please, a round of applause for him.
Good morning, everyone. It's a real delight to be here this morning. Let me begin by sending the apologies of my boss, the acting governor of the Central Bank. He had made full plans to be here himself, but God's plans superseded his own. And he told me yesterday to be here to represent him. I know that an event of this magnitude takes a lot of hands to put together, so I would like to thank the organizers, but in particular to mention Dr. Ebenezer, who has been providing steady and, may I say, profitable leadership in this bank, and also to Mr. Lawani, who really followed up with me yesterday and just would not take no for an answer when I asked if I could do Zoom in. He just refused. So thank you very much. I think if you look at the last 3 years, one word that I believe aptly encapsulates what we've been going through in the global economy will be the word crisis. In fact, the annual report of the IMF for 2022 was titled Crisis Upon Crisis. And when you look at it, we've had a ravaging pandemic. We're having a war in the heart of Europe. We've had unprecedented hunger in larger swaths of the world. We're seeing inflation reach historic levels, and we're seeing debt rise to levels that we've not seen before. If you look at COVID with 769 million infections and 6.9 million deaths across the world, something that started as a public health crisis quickly metamorphosed into an economic one. In Nigeria, we've had over 260,000 infections and 3,155 deaths. So we've also borne the brunt of that COVID. But what policymakers have done in a bid to save lives and livelihoods has been to go into expansionary fiscal policy, dig into their pockets, and make sure that the worst effects of the disruptions, the dissolutions, and the deaths was kept from happening. The G20 alone, which is the top 20 economies in the world, spent $14 trillion just to make sure that COVID was not as ravaging as it should have been. While this expenditure obviously is not a bad thing, it has taken public debt to historic levels. As we speak, public debt is now at $92 trillion, which is over 40% of total public debt in the world. And just to put it in historical perspective, that is the highest level of public debt we now have in the last 60 years. In Nigeria, we have also seen our public debt growing gradually from 37.3% last year. It is projected to end this year at 38.2%. All of this means, though, that we are seeing inflation too at historic levels. We know that the war between Russia and Ukraine, as we know, Russia and Ukraine are very important commodity exporters. Both of them account for 50% of oilseeds exports in the world and 30% of sunflower exports. So when such a region is in war, then you know what will happen to food prices around the world. We know too that there's been a shift in demand from goods to services, and as you know, services are usually more expensive. There's also the disruption going on in China today with their zero COVID policy, power cuts as we know, and then their switch from coal to more renewable energy has also meant that power is not as available as it used to be. We see too in China today some correction in the property market. A lot of Chinese don't have quite the kind of investment vehicles that, say, the average American has, and a lot of them has put their savings into property, but that has meant oversupply of property in China. Today, there are 65 million empty apartments in China. That's enough to take the entire population of France. So that correction is also leading to supply chain disruptions. All of this exacerbating, the high food prices. So you go around the world. In Lebanon, you have inflation today there at 269%. It's shocking, but it's true. You have in Argentina, inflation there is right now at 115%. In Turkey, it's 38%. Now, when you come down to Africa, neighboring Ghana, at the last count, inflation there is at 42.5%. We have it at 31% in Ethiopia and 36% in Egypt. So in your dear country, we are 22.8%. When you hear these figures, it tells you that we're not doing as badly. But all of this has also affected economic growth itself. Today, the IMF has revised growth downwards from 3.5% to 3% this year and 3% next year. For sub-Saharan Africa, they expect growth to moderate from 4.1% last year to 3.5% this year, but to take back again to just slightly over 4% next year. In Nigeria, they expect us to do 3.2% this year. If you look at the fact that poverty in Nigeria today is at 31%, 3.2% growth will not cut it for us. And that brings me to why we are here today. If you look at the equation for gross domestic product, exports enter not only as an addition with a multiplier effect, it enters as an endogenous variable, something that you can control fully by yourself. And so we cannot grow at 3.2% and expect to pull 31% of us living below the poverty line. That is why I'm very excited that Zenith has continued its tradition to call attention to non-oil exports. I saw the chart that Dr. Onyago put on the board, 1.2% non-oil exports to GDP ratio. In the decade between 2001 and 2011, the non-oil exports to GDP ratio for Nigeria was 0.8%. And you can imagine that in the next decade, so from 2012 to 2022, I looked at the board, they are still at 1.2%. But we need to be growing much faster. Countries that are way smaller than us are doing much better. Netherlands has a land size of 34,000 square kilometers. So if you add water, you go to 42,000. It might interest you to know that non-oil exports from Netherlands is 29% of their GDP. Most times they do $108 billion in non-oil exports. Now keep in mind that Netherlands is smaller than Niger State, actually half the size of Niger State. I'll give you another example. Ireland is a country that sits on just about 70,000 square kilometers, and they routinely do non-oil exports of $170 billion. So we can do better. Dr. Beniza has shown us on the board what each region can, facilitate. Each region can pay attention to. We have all it takes. We're lucky too that we have a government whose economic philosophy, I might say, can be encapsulated in market-driven initiatives while also protecting and engendering the egalitarian bedrock of our society. So there cannot be a better time for us to grab this our future, work on non-oil exports, and make sure that we grow beyond the 1.2% that we are currently producing at. I thank you all for coming. Thank you very much.
You know, when companies that are listed on an exchange comes, I'm sure Zenith Bank knows about this, called Facts Behind the Figures presentation. Is that not so? What Dr. Obiora has done is to present facts and figures behind the urgency that we need to drive non-oil export and trade for Africa's largest economy and most populous economy. Please put a hand together for him once again. Thank you so much for that very succinct way of giving us the global perspective and then bringing it all home. And I'm sure our panelists for the two panels are taking notes, and we're all engaged and to see how we will impute all of this together, the need to move on the drive for more non-oil exports for Nigeria, and then take the rest of Africa along. Thank you so much again. On behalf of Zenith Bank, please give our regards to the acting governor of the central bank. Thank you very much, Dr. Kingsley Obiora. Now, this is not much of a goodwill message, but this is going to be a presentation by a man who walk, play, breathe, and sleep expert. Mr. Olusegun Awolowo, who has a very impressive resume. And I'm trying to find out whether I should start from the bottom or from the top, or just go straight to the middle. Because his years at the Nigerian Export Promotion Council was very impactful. He modernized the NEPC and reconstructed that organization just the way it was also done for the Nigerian Statistics Office, the Bureau of Statistics, from being a backwater agency of the government to the one leading from the front. He served on the International Trade Centers Advisory Board and led Nigeria's presentation at International Trade Facilitation Symposium. And he worked with a number of Nigerian presidents. He worked with President Olusegun Obasanjo, President Umaru Yar'Adua, President Goodluck Jonathan, and President Muhammadu Buhari. Please give him a round of applause. It's a man who's worked in terms of experts. I haven't asked you to stand up. I was just, now that you, please remain standing. But please give him a round of applause, let him come to the podium to speak to us on exports and trade.
Thank you. Thank you. Before I rest on existing protocols, let me just salute one man, and I must do this because Mr. Jim Ovia, for me, is the consummate brand builder. His leadership traits are those you go and study when you do a master's program anywhere in the world. He has vision. He was able to see his industry in a different light. He is relentlessly searching for new ideas. And is an executioner because he makes these ideas happen. He's also very impatient. And he wants things to happen quickly. He's very ambitious and is driven to succeed. And lastly, is a team builder who knows how to make an impact. Please, a big round of applause for Mr. G. Ovia. Let me salute our host today, Dr. Ebenezer Onyagu, the GMD of Zenith Bank, for putting us together. I will talk more on that later. But let me greet especially and warmly today the Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area, Mr. Wamkele Mena. Another round of applause. I thought that it will be shorter now because the weight of responsibility on him, but he's getting taller. I hope he's not wearing high heels. But I welcome you to Nigeria. Please, I salute all my brothers on the high table that are here as well from the CBN, NPA, NEPC, and most particularly the executive board of the Zenith Bank. I stand there with a great sense of fulfillment on this occasion of the 8th edition of the Zenith Bank Export Seminar non-oil export seminar. I say this because I remember where we started from. And in case you don't know, Zenith and I started this journey together in 2015 during my tenure as ED, CEO of the Export Promotion Council. I developed what I call then the Zero Oil Plan, and I took it to the private sector because I know that for any policy to succeed, if it's not private sector driven, it will fall flat on its face. So we had a meeting with Uncle Jim over here, and then it was Peter that was GMD, but Ebenezer was also there. We had a long meeting and we discussed aspects of the plan. Jim said, okay, Shegun, I've had you. And that was the last I heard about it. Until a couple of months after, when Peter called me and said, listen, Shegun, we want to take what you're saying seriously. I gave them an analogy then, that a man comes to Zenith Bank and he wants to establish, sake of argument, a cashew processing plant. He's kept in the waiting room. He sits down. No, I'm not saying Zenith Bank, any bank. He sits down there, he's kept there. And then another man comes and he says he has a tank farm that he wants to open. And he's taken straight to the MD. But you saw what happened to the story of tank farms. So I said, at that meeting seminar, I presented the newly developed Zero Oil Plan, an economic blueprint for the diversification of Nigeria's economy. The Zero Oil Plan, in a nutshell, addresses the realization that our country must survive in a world economy when and if she can no longer sell oil. We then identified 22 products for which Nigeria must increase production volumes in order to earn at least $30 billion annually. Furthermore, we realized that within the top 20 export countries in the world, the non-oil export countries tend to be richer. They have faster growth rates, and they have more resilient economies. Nigeria, therefore, cannot expect to stick to exporting oil and become a major economic engine or deepen the size and resilience of our economy. The global drive towards green energy has further made it imperative for Nigeria to develop its non-oil sectors. All exporting countries will be impacted in three ways by the global energy revolution, namely, 1, capital loss due to abandonment of hydrocarbon reserves. 2, economic losses as the Treasury may no longer be able to fund the public sector with oil revenues. 3, loss of competitive geopolitical advantage as hydrocarbons are replaced by global or regional energy access to VRE sources, that is solar, wind, hydro, etc. I cannot emphasize enough that an export-led industrial revolution is what is needed for Nigeria and indeed Africa. Under the Zero Oil Plan, a critical success factor was collaboration with the private sector, particularly our financial institutions. I remember emphasizing to Zenith Bank the crucial role the private sector, particularly the banking sector, must play in ensuring Nigeria becomes a non-oil export-driven economy. Today, I'm glad to see that Zenith Bank heeded with all sense of responsibility, and as a result, they have been tagged as Nigeria's #1 non-oil export bank. The theme of this year's seminar is Nigerian non-oil export industry, the present and the future. The theme inherently poses two questions. First, what is the present? Secondly, what is the future? From my vantage, the answer to these questions is simple: an ambitious drive to rapidly increase the volume of intra-African trade under the African Continental Free Trade Area. The impetus for this is the declaration of the African Union Assembly of Heads of States and Government, designating 2023 as the year for the acceleration of the AfTA implementation. The AfTA remains the largest free trade area in the world by area and number of participating countries, with a population of 1.3 billion people across 55 countries and a combined GDP value of some $3.4 trillion. The AfCFTA offers a plethora of opportunities for Nigeria to reap economic and social benefits as a result of potential future improvements in areas such as infrastructure, reduction of tariff and non-tariff barriers to cross-border trade, renewed funding, and improved liquidity. Several efforts are underway to achieve an accelerated AfTA implementation. These include the launch of the Pan-African Payments Settlement System by Afrexim Bank, the finalization of protocols on investments, intellectual property, and competition, and the drafting of protocol on women and youths. The AfTA Business Forum held earlier this year in South Africa. And lastly, the upcoming inaugural AfTA Youth Symposium set to hold in Lukasa, Zambia this month. It's also imperative that I acknowledge the great strides of the AfTA Secretariat under the leadership of my dear brother, His Excellency Wankelemene. Most particularly, I must laud the Guided Trade Initiative, which aims to test the operational, institutional, legal, and trade policy environment under the AfTA. The GTI is also designed to promote trade in goods between participating countries. The first phase is already being implemented among 7 countries. At the National Committee on AfTA, we're working assiduously towards ensuring that Nigeria joins the second phase of the GTAI, which is set to start soon. I must also draw attention to the fact that international organizations such as the World Economic Forum are also showing great interest in the AfTA. They have taken the initiative to spotlight Africa as the next frontier for investment due to the opportunities created by the AfTA. Furthermore, they have also developed the Friends of AfTA initiative, aimed at mobilizing global investors and industry players to actively leverage the opportunities within the AfTA. This further entrenches the fact that the present and the future is trade within AfTA. My office is collaborating with the World Economic Forum to ensure that Nigeria benefits from these initiatives. Zenith Bank, of course, must be part of this. Several opportunities abound in the AfCFTA, from automotive to agriculture and agro-processing to pharmaceuticals to transport and logistics. Notwithstanding the previously mentioned opportunities, I'd like to highlight one that is very strategic for Nigeria and, most importantly, very dear to my heart. This opportunity is trade in services. Under Nigeria's AfTA implementation strategy, trade in services has been identified as the arrowhead of Nigeria's participation in the AfTA. Leveraging trade in services will also be very instrumental in reducing youth employment. Taking into consideration the rapid drive for industrialization across Africa, which has been created by the AfTA, there is an increased demand for both IT-enabled and non-IT-enabled professional services. Currently, there is a huge skills gap across Africa in the required industries. Therefore, actions must be taken to address this if we are to succeed at attaining an industrial revolution in Africa. You must know when I say industrial revolution, I'm also talking about the fourth industrial revolution, which includes the most cutting-edge high-tech industries. My office is currently working with the World Economic Forum to set up a skills accelerator in Nigeria to address this gap. I also believe that this is an initiative that the whole private sector must support and actively participate in. In view of this, just like I did in 2015, I would like to utilize this special occasion to make another clarion call for action to the private sector, and more specifically, the Zenith Bank. You must do all you can to carry large, micro, small, medium enterprises and support them to participate effectively in the after, particularly through tailored financial products and capacity building. You will play a key role in facilitating trade between Nigerian businesses and businesses in African countries where you are currently present. That is Ghana, Sierra Leone, and Gambia, while also expanding your footprint to other African countries. I know in my lifetime I want to see Zenith Bank in every country in Africa. You must not only be known as a non-oil export bank, but also as the after bank. And with the signing of this agreement, it is clear that that is the ambition of Zenith Bank. I have great hopes and confidence that just as you did with the Zero Oil Plan, you will also do with AFTA. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I want to remind us that the responsibility to build Africa lies in our hands. We must take bold, audacious, accelerated steps towards ensuring that we achieve the Africa we want, and most importantly, make sure Africans are the primary beneficiaries of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. As I often say, all Africa needs for Africa is in Africa. I would like to thank Zenith Bank family for inviting me. I always feel at home when I'm here. It's been a privilege to deliver this goodwill message. It is my hope and prayer that we move swiftly from talk to action. Thank you and God bless.
Please give the applause for a headliner of Nigeria's export promotion, in particular non-oil export. Mr. Olusegun Awolowo, Secretary, National Action Committee on AFCFTA on behalf of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much for those incisive comments and presentations that you've made with some facts and figures and the way to the future, what you can call the future forward word. As we move on in today's event, the next speaker was someone that the group managing director described as a man who hardly sleeps at home. Well, Wamkele Mene, His Excellency, who is the Secretary General of the AFCFTA, is a man who spent so much time on the road. In fact, at the moment, when you look at the African Union in Addis Ababa, he's one man who sits and you have 54 countries and 1.2 billion people knocking on his door. And not only within Africa, but also from around the world. Because what the AFCFTA inauguration has done is to make everybody in the world looking for Wamkele Mene's phone number and contact because they want to speak with him on how to put their foothold on the African continent, including those who have been doing business here for many years. So from bankers to exporters to customs to even those in the legal profession, everybody wants to be part of the new baby that Wamkele Mene has on his table. Well, when the inauguration of the AfCFTA and its office was done in March of 2020, the African Union spent time to pick what we call a round peg for a round hole. When I look at his resume, I try to pick just about 2 or 3 points out of his resume. The first was that whoever will represent all of us on the continent, from small, medium, to multinationals, will have to be someone who understands few things and know them pretty well. And one of these is what we call trade law, law relating to trade. Africa has had across many countries, several trade negotiations and agreements from various countries. But I'm sure from his experience in South Africa as the Director for International Trade Law and Investment, he understands very well that you need to understand the law behind trade. And this is something that he brings to the table. The second point was that Wamkele Mene represented South Africa at the World Trade Organization in Geneva. And he went on to become the chairman of the WTO's Committee on International Trade in Financial Services. And what does that tell me? He also understands not just law, but he also understands finance. So when you look at one of the key pillars or subsidiary of the AfCFTA, which is the Pan-African Payment Settlement System, the PAPSS, and relationship that is onboarding with a number of African banks, including today that of Zenith Bank here, you understand that someone who understands international trade from the angle of financial services as well. And finally, Wamkele Mene had also worked on Wall Street. Now, that means we are bringing someone who has international exposure to represent all of us at the global marketplace when you talk about trade. Now, he's going to spend the next few minutes taking us through what has been done so far. I've had the privilege of interviewing him just twice since he took office, and I know what it took me to grab him for just about 3 minutes at those 2 occasions in the last 3 years. But he had a very difficult job back in 2020 because he took office when COVID-19 pandemic started to blaze around the world. So it was not a very auspicious time for him at that time with the African Union to be able to send him to Ghana and to be moving around when everybody is trying to hide behind their wardrobes. Please put your hands together for Wamkele Mene. His Excellency, the Ambassador of Trade for Africa and the AfCFTA Secretary General, our special guests at this event.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I am very humbled by your introduction. I wish my mother-in-law was in the room to hear the very generous introduction. I am a diplomat, so I have to start with recognizing the chairman of and founder of Zenith Bank, Chairman Jim Ovia, in his absence. I want to thank my dear senior brother, Group Managing Director, Dr. Ebenezer Onyagu, for inviting me, the senior management of Zenith Bank. I also want to recognize my boss, Olusegun Awolowo, the Secretary of the Implementation and Action Committee of the AfCFTA of Nigeria. I recognize the Governor, the Deputy Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Dr. Obiara, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, chief executives, MDs that are here, it is a real pleasure to be with you. I came here directly from Barbados, where our other brother, Professor Orama, was opening the Afrexim Bank office for the Caribbean in Barbados. I want to start, if I may, on a rather somber note. and that is to recognize the efforts of His Excellency President Mahamadou Issoufou, the former president of Niger, who is the champion of the AFCFTA. And I also want to recognize His Excellency President, the current president of Niger, President Mohamed Bazoum, for having placed the AFCFTA at the center of the agenda of the Assembly of Heads of States and Government, and ensured that the AFCFTA was not just a diplomatic exercise, that today I'm able to talk to you about it and to present to you the progress that we've made since March 2020. I know that you will join me in expressing solidarity with the people of Niger, in expressing solidarity with the legitimately elected government of Niger at this very, very difficult time, when it seems that the will of the people of Niger has been overturned by a junta. The leadership of ECOWAS and the leadership of Nigeria is very, very critical at this time. And I know, once again, that as Democrats and as Africans, we all support the efforts of ECOWAS to restore constitutional order and to restore the democratically elected president of the Republic of Niger, whom, as I said, was a driving pillar in the implementation of the AFCFTA. A special thanks again to Zenith Bank for the vision. The theme of this annual conference, diversifying away from the over-reliance on minerals, not just oil, but on all kinds of minerals, unprocessed commodities, and exporting them to countries of the north. And this is not just a challenge for Nigeria, it's a challenge for many countries on the continent. What is even more urgent, and this found expression in the presentation that the Group MD made, what is even more urgent is the need for us to boost intra-Africa trade. And in boosting intra-Africa trade, to completely dismantle the colonial economic model that existed for the last 60 to 70 years, which keeps us trapped and remaining in this over-reliance on Europe or another part of the world for trading in unprocessed commodities. So the theme today is entirely consistent with the objectives of the AFCFTA. And so whilst here in Nigeria it appears that there is a dependence of oil as an export revenue, export earnings of over 80%, remaining a crucial government revenue, constituting about 40% of total revenue of government. However, oil accounted for only 6.5% on average in the last 2 years. Again, as was pointed out in the presentation earlier, this is a challenge that this event must continue to confront. Indeed, as difficult as the task may be, economic diversification must continue to be Africa's objective, to reduce natural resources accounting for the greatest share of export earnings and government revenue. As I mentioned earlier, this is a challenge not only for Nigeria. According to a United Nations Conference Trade and Development report, commodities account for more than 60% of total merchandise exports in 45 out of 54 African countries. Africa is home only to 8 of the world's 15 least economically diversified countries. And if you consider the fact that 55 countries in Africa, as we speak, contribute today only 3.1% to global GDP and contribute only 2.2% to global trade and output. And yet a country such as Singapore contributes over 6% to global trade and output. That must underscore 2 points in my view. First, that this deficit is an opportunity for Africa to accelerate industrial development, accelerate our competitiveness, and to create jobs. The second point it drives home is that the African continent, not a single country in Africa, shall be able to be globally competitive if it stands on its own. And therefore, the market integration objective of the AFCFTA, which, by the way, as we all know, is legally anchored on the Abuja Treaty, is certainly an avenue for Africa to explore to accelerate economic diversification, competitiveness, not only regionally, but globally. As we heard earlier, the lack of economic diversification often results in increased vulnerability to external shocks, and these vulnerabilities undermine prospects for longer-term economic growth. And here there are two events that, again, I wish to join those who spoke before me to underscore: the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as the current geopolitical context between Russia and Ukraine. Inflationary pressures. Up to 35% inflationary pressures on food prices in Africa as a result of the current political context, geopolitical context, geoeconomic context that has absolutely nothing to do with the African continent, and yet has produced a materially adverse impact on food security in Africa. President Kagame reminded us the other day that a country of 44 million people, or 43 million people in Europe, is feeding a continent of 1.3 billion people. We must take action to reverse this dependency of Africa on others, whether it is for our own food security or indeed our public health. If we take a country like Zimbabwe, that has about 200 million metric tons of excess grains per year, or Ethiopia, or Uganda that produce wheat, why do we have a food insecurity crisis when there are countries in Africa that have the capacity to feed the continent? It is because of the trade rules that existed and the trade patterns that existed for decades and decades. So the AFCFTA, the fundamental objective of the AFCFTA is to eliminate these barriers to intra-Africa trade, to ensure that the AFCFTA presents us with a platform or an instrument in the case of food insecurity for Africa to respond to her own needs, so that when there's a war somewhere in Europe, that has got nothing to do with us as Africans, that we are still able to continue to feed ourselves. So we are introducing a legal instrument which the heads of states will consider for accelerating the elimination of tariff barriers to basic agricultural trade in Africa. Africa imports close to $40 billion a year of maize, rice, soya, and other grains. And as I've mentioned, we have a tool in the AFCFTA to combat this situation that we find ourselves in. The second point, which again underscores the importance of the AFCFTA and accelerating diversification of Africa's economy, is the public health pandemic, which correctly the Deputy Governor characterized as having transformed itself into an economic crisis. In March 2020, 42 countries in Africa were either in a partial or a full lockdown. The tourism industry suffered. The services sector in general suffered. Exports to other parts of the world were reduced by over 40%. From a public health point of view, as we all know, you and I as Africans were at the back of the queue for vaccines. A man in China donated 7 million masks in April 2020, as well as other germ-killing products to fight the pandemic. Because at that time, we did not have the productive capacity to produce the germ-killing products or the vaccines that are required. That should have been obviated by the fact that the year before, in 2019, Africa imported $19 billion worth of pharmaceutical. 2019, Africa imported $16 billion worth of pharmaceutical products that we imported from other parts of the world. Here again, the point of over-reliance on others is emphasized by this staggering number of imports for Africa's public health. Means that $16 billion worth of job creation is forgone, $16 billion worth of competitiveness is forgone. I mention this because, once again, I want to underscore the importance of this seminar, not just for the oil sector, the importance of value addition in Africa. In 2014, we saw a study by KPMG. In that study, they told us that Africa exports unprocessed coffee at that time, $6 billion. The global coffee industry at that time was estimated by that study to have been $100 billion. So you can see the losses for the African continent along the value chain as a result of the deficit that I pointed to earlier. So we have to see the AFCFTA as beyond just a trade agreement. We have to see it as an enabler for Africa's productive capacity, because where we have an integrated market of 1.4 billion people, which, as we all know, by the year 2050, by the turn of the century, 1 in 4 working people in the world will be African, with an estimated, at that time, combined GDP of 16.2 trillion United States dollars. If we do not consider ourselves to be an integrated market that has productive capacity either to feed ourselves, to produce the medicines that we need for our own public health, I'm afraid we shall continue to be at the periphery of the global economy. So we have a very unique opportunity as Africans to reach these projections that the World Bank made, some of them the Group MD showed to us in his presentation. Lifting 50 million Africans out of abject poverty by the year 2035, contributing over $450 billion to Africa's combined GDP based purely on trade. These are the projections. But we will not reach these projections if we consider ourselves to be Kenya, to be Malawi, to be Egypt, to be South Africa. We have to leverage on the size, the complementarities of Africa's economy and implement the AfCFTA to eliminate the barriers that have existed over the last 60 years. So where are we on implementation? Is there trade happening? Or is this a big diplomatic exercise where we meet in Addis Ababa, we drink coffee, and then we go back to our countries? This is a very valid and legitimate question, which I have been asked many times. Incidentally, I was asked, program director reminded me, I was asked this question in April 2020. I was asked this question by a journalist, and he said to me, the heads of states have said that you are trading. I am so-and-so from the Financial Times or Economist, I don't remember one of them. I want to see the numbers. Prove to me that you as Africans are trading. So I said, first of all, I'm not accountable to you. I'm accountable to Africans. And second, I encourage you to be intellectually honest. Where was the European Union in 1952? Was the European Union trading in 1952, immediately after the war? When it was established, at that time as a European Coal and Steel Pact, 5-6 European countries. So to ask me in April 2020, are we trading or not, especially when you are not African, is entirely unacceptable. But I accept that question from you because I report to you. And so let me try to answer the question. Are we implementing this agreement? First, rules of origin. We have agreed on over 90% of products traded in Africa. Think about it this way. Before the AfCFTA, the product that you produce, depending on where you were exporting to in Africa, was subject to different rules of origin, adding cost to trade and adding cost to your business. Global manufacturers of automobiles were saying, we're not interested in this market because you keep saying you have potential. But we don't see because my company is in Kenya. If I want to export to Nigeria or any ECOWAS country, I'm subject to different rules of origin. So this has always been one of the constraints. We now have over 90% convergence on rules of origin. That means that as an economic operator, you can export to any country, any of the 47 countries of the AFCFTA who've ratified the agreement, you can export to them on the same rule of origin. And you can look at what we call a tariff book for certainty, predictability of the tariff that is applicable to what you export. And you can see whether it is Namibia or Morocco, you will know that that same percentage of a tariff applies consistently until we reach zero over a 10-year period. It was mentioned also that we introduced the Guided Trade Initiative. The agreement was drafted by lawyers and economists and politicians. And there are some part of it that make no legal sense, no economic sense, but eminent political sense. And that is because of the nature of trade agreements and trade negotiations. However, we have introduced a dispute settlement mechanism. For the very first time in Africa, we now have a forum for resolving our trade, investment, commercial disputes, adjudicated by a panel of experts, who will be African, of course. This is a very strong signal to our business community, to our investors, that we want to be subject to the rule of trade law, and that we want trade law to provide confidence to our investors as they invest across the continent. So the operationalization of the dispute settlement mechanism is a very important achievement for Africa's economy. We have also recently concluded protocols on investment protection, on competition policy, and intellectual property rights. And these protocols are important because they are the foundation of a common market. They are the foundation of what will enable the African continent to be competitive. I mentioned earlier intellectual property rights in the context of vaccine production. If you imagine for a second that for over 20 years, in another fora of the world, as Africa, we had been trying to get recognition of the fact that we must suspend patents, we must suspend intellectual property rights when we are confronted with a pandemic and when the priority must be to save lives. So now we have an intellectual property rights protocol which not only will become a framework for the protection of public health in Africa, but it will also ensure that we have innovation and production of vaccines in Africa. I want to give you an example. In 2022, last June, I was invited by President Kagame, President Akufo-Addo, President of South Africa, and the President of Senegal, President Macky Sall. These four countries established the very first of its kind mRNA vaccine production manufacturing capacity, which will spread on a continental value chain between South Africa, Rwanda, Ghana, and Senegal, producing much needed vaccines, not only for the pandemic, but for also for other pandemics that we will see That is enabled by the Protocol on Intellectual Property Rights, which we have just concluded. We have 2 more protocols to negotiate and to conclude: the Protocol on Women and Youth in Trade, as well as a Protocol on Digital Trade, because as was mentioned, we know that the services sector, particularly electronic commerce, digital commerce, is a critical driver of Africa's industrialization. So we want to be forward-looking in terms of digital industrialization and position our continent once again for global competitiveness. Because we know that here in Lagos, in Nairobi, in Kigali, that there are young Africans who are at the cutting edge of digital technology innovation. So we have to provide a legal framework for them to access new markets in Africa and for them to be part of the global digital economy. And so the protocol on women and youth in trade, as well as the protocol on digital trade, will be concluded before the end of this year. That is, by way of examples on implementation, what we are doing. We have identified a number of priority sectors, which we believe, and our studies indicate, that these priority sectors will enable the diversification that we all want to see. I mentioned the pharmaceutical sector, agriculture and agro-processing, transport and logistics, and the auto sector. In the auto sector, again, we have an opportunity to accelerate diversification of Africa's economy. Our continent produces 900,000 units of passenger vehicles per year between South Africa, Egypt, and Morocco. We are 17% of the global population. India, similarly populated to the African continent, produces 5 million units of vehicles per year. By the year 2035, our estimates indicate that in order for us to meet domestic demand in Africa, we have to produce 5 million units of vehicles a year. That means that for Nigeria, there is an opportunity to include the auto sector in your strategy, if it's not there already, your strategy for diversification, for production of vehicles, creating jobs, driving industrialization. Because we know that the demand for the auto sector, for Africa's auto sector, is not going to be met by Egypt, Morocco, South Africa. We have to have more countries that are producing vehicles for the African continent and creating jobs and innovation and driving industrialization. I saw in the MD's presentation that part of your outcomes are included in the national economic policy formulation of Nigeria. And so I would suggest and recommend that the auto sector be closely looked at. Because we know that from every unit of investment on the assembly line to produce a vehicle, there are 4 jobs that are created in the components manufacturing sector, whether it is lithium battery manufacturing, any other kind of a component. So as we talk about diversification, value addition, let us consider the auto sector as one of the enablers for the diversification that we all want to see. And I'm very happy that our development finance institutions have stepped up. Afrexim Bank has provided a facility of $1 billion for any country that wishes to start producing components for vehicles, for trade, under the AFCFTA rules. The cost of trade in Africa, and the cost of currency convertibility is very high. We estimate that $5 billion is the cost of converting to a third currency, usually the dollar or the euro, if you want to trade in Africa. As President Ruto said the other day, what has the dollar got to do with Kenya trading with Djibouti? Why is it that we're using a third currency for intra-Africa trade with the cost that is prohibitive and that constrains the competitiveness of our small, medium enterprises? So that is why with Afreximbank and the African Union Commission, we have introduced the Pan-African Payments and Settlement System to make sure that we now trade in local currency. So that if you are in Nigeria, your counterparty is in Zambia, you trade in Nigerian naira, your counterparty receives the Zambian kwacha, or the Kenyan shilling, or the Ugandan shilling. With the Pan-African Payments and Settlement System, we are not only ensuring that we are reducing the cost of trade, that we are reducing uncompetitiveness, but we are also dismantling the colonial economic model that I mentioned earlier. And I don't think that, and we must be proud to say that. I said it in Brussels, and one of our ambassadors there said, "You are telling the Europeans in Europe that you want to dismantle the colonial economic model. You are a very brave man." But we must dismantle, we must not address only the supply side constraints, we must address also the political economy constraints that have existed for decades and decades. And I'm very happy that the Nigerian Interbank Settlement System and the Ghana Commercial Bank, the Nigerian Interbank Settlement System enabled the Ghana Commercial Bank and the First Bank of Nigeria to be the first settlement, and successfully done so, under the Pan-African Payments and Settlement System. So I congratulate Nigeria and Ghana for having been the very first countries to initiate the Pan-African Payments and Settlement System. Lastly, on implementation, we know that there are countries that are well poised to take advantage of the AFCFTA because they have the productive capacity, the export capacity. But we want the AFCFTA to benefit all countries and all economies, big and small. And that is why we have introduced the AFCFTA Adjustment Fund, which already has been capitalized by over $1 billion. And the Adjustment Fund is intended to assist those countries that today may not have the productive capacity to invest in the machinery that is required and in any other productive function that is required for them to take advantage of the AFCFTA. Let me draw to a close, ladies and gentlemen. I know that there are going to be challenges and that this is going to be extremely difficult. Some countries will experience a balance of payments effect. There will be a coup d'etat by some man who wakes up in a military barracks and decides he wants to be the president without being elected by the people. There will be pockets of instability. There will be external shocks to our continental economic system. All of these challenges shall be there. But if you look at the integration model, which is arguably the most successful integration model in the world, the European Union, as I reminded that journalist I referred to, it took 72 years for the European Union to be the singular most competitive integrated market in the world. So we should not expect that it is going to be easy and that it is going to be an overnight achievement. There will be significant challenges, but we cannot allow the challenges to define our resolve to succeed. Because if we do that, if we say it's too difficult, we throw our hands in the air, my view is that we will remain forever on the periphery of the global economy and relying on others for pharmaceutical production, automobile production. So we have to stay the course and confront the challenges. And so I want to encourage today Nigerian exporters, investors, manufacturers to consider the entire AFCFTA market, all of the 47 countries that have ratified the agreement, as your market, your export market, so that we use the AFCFTA to scale up our production, to enhance our competitiveness. Your products are seen in Southern Africa. Your products are seen, or services, in East Africa. Take advantage of this market of 1.4 billion people. Nigeria's exports to the rest of the continent in 2020 were estimated to be $6.4 billion, or 19% of total exports. Again, that may appear to be a deficit on the face of it, but it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity to use the AFCFTA to export beyond the ECOWAS region. So there clearly is an opportunity for Nigeria to fully harness the synergies and complementarities presented by the African market and take advantage of the scale opportunities that it presents. I mentioned the sector of the digital economy. Nigeria is a leader in Africa on e-commerce and digital innovation. Nigeria is also a net exporter of cement. Over 6 million metric tons of cement, I believe, that the country is able to export. Similarly, in the services sector, 50% of gross GDP in the past decade has been derived from the services sector in Nigeria. But from an export point of view, the services sector accounts for only 9% as of 2019. Again, that means that there is an opportunity for the services sector to expand, whether it is financial services, cultural services, to expand to other parts of the African continent. So the running theme of the trade seminar, diversification, is entirely consistent with the AFCFTA and its objectives. I want to leave you with what the former president of Burkina Faso said many, many decades ago. He said we must dare to invent the future today. We must dare to invent the future today. So President Sankara's words always are with me, because what we are doing as Africans is to dare to invent our own future. And that is a very, very noble ambition. So when they tell us you won't be able to do it, it's too difficult. In my view, that is what drives us, this noble ambition of creating our own future as a continent, because, as the MD said, nobody is going to develop our continent except us as Africans. Those who come must come on our terms. But no one is going to develop our continent and ensure all of the objectives that we have in place, that they happen. The economic diversification that we want to see. So I want to thank you all very much. I want to thank Afreximbank for the collaboration. I want to thank Zenith Bank for the collaboration, AFDB, all of our financial institutions that have really taken leadership and must continue to take leadership of the AFCFTA. What many of you may not be aware of, and the MD may be too modest to say it here, is that Zenith Bank was the first bank to come to me to say we want to partner with you. We went to see the chairman, and the chairman said that Zenith Bank wants to make a contribution to digitize trade in Africa. I've never been offered $1 million before. It was my first time. He said, here is $1 million. The chairman said, here is $1 million to demonstrate our commitment as a bank to digitization in Africa. And so the portal that the MD made reference to wasn't my idea. It wasn't our idea as the AFCFTA Secretariat. It was Zenith Bank that stepped up and said, this has to be done. So I want to thank you very much, MD, for that collaboration. I thank all of you for your attention. I spoke longer than I intended. Thank you very much.
Please put your hands together for Wamkelemene. Please take a seat. Yes. Please keep the applause coming. Also for the Group Managing Director and CEO of Zenith Bank Nigeria PLC. Please take your seat, gentlemen. Now, Wamkelemene is the man. Please take your seat, ladies and gentlemen. He's the one I call the AFCFTA evangelist. And that's the gospel of AFCFTA according to Wamkelemene. Now we have come to the high points of this international seminar for 2022 on non-export trade, the signing of a memorandum of understanding between Zenith Bank Nigeria PLC and the AFCFTA Secretariat on the development of what is known as Smart AFCFTA. Ladies and gentlemen, history is being delivered at the moment. Here in the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the official unveiling of that trade information gateway for the African continent, powered by Zenith Bank of Nigeria PLC. Please put your hands together. Now you have that single gateway for which you can access every trade information on the African continent via the portal that is midwifed by Zenith Bank. On behalf of Zenith Bank, Dr. Ebenezer Onyeago, the Group Managing Director and CEO, is signing on behalf of the bank, the initiator of the project and the financier of this particular project, as well as the Secretary General of the AFCFTA, Wamkele Mene, is signing on behalf of the AFCFTA and on behalf of the African Union and the entire African continent. Please, another round of applause, please. Now, gentlemen, you will please rise and have your handshakes, and please, you have the two documents held up for the media, official signing being completed. The first, Smart AFCFTA, and that gateway for information on trade across the African continent, 1.2 billion Africans today. Ladies and gentlemen, please, another round of applause, please. Thank you very much. May I therefore quickly ask the representative of the acting governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Dr. Kingsley Obiora, to please move to the podium. Dr. Obiora, please move in. Please, another round of applause. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Kingsley Obiora, the Deputy Governor in charge of economic policy at the Central Bank of Nigeria, representing the acting Governor of the Central Bank. I will also be inviting Mr. Segun Awolowo, Dr. Ezra Yakusak, the representative of the Acting Comptroller General of Customs and the Managing Director of Nigerian Port Authority, to please proceed to the high table very quickly to the podium for this very quick photograph. Now, this is history with those officials who represent the backbone of Nigeria trade in this country, and of course with His Excellency Wamkele Mene, the AFCFTA Secretary General, and of course the head of Zenith Bank, the Group Managing Director, Dr. Ebenezer Onyeago. Thank you, gentlemen. Now I'll ask Dr. Ebenezer and Mr. Wamkele Mene to please stay behind while I will invite all the executive or ESCO members of Zenith Bank to please come to the high table, the executive directors and all to please come and join in the group photograph. Thank you very much, Dr. Barrow. Mr. Awolowo, thank you so much. Thank you very much. Please, may you please quickly proceed to the podium for the final photograph session to symbolize or everyone to witness this epoch-making, the launch of Smart AFCFTA, the single portal for trade information for Africa on trade. Powered by Zenith Bank and funded by Zenith Bank of Nigeria, and with the technical expertise that the AFCFTA brings to the table, warehousing this very important platform for everyone who wants to do business in Africa as far as trade is concerned. Now, please, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. Mr. Wamkele Mene, we thank you very much for being a keynote speaker at this very event and representing the AFCFTA and this partnership. Thank you so much also, Dr. Ebenezer Onyeago, on behalf of Zenith Bank for this $1 million investment. Thank you very much. Please return to your seats. Thank you very much, other executive officials of Zenith Bank PLC. Now we're moving to one very important part of this program, and I'm going to invite my colleague, Tolu Adeleru Balogun, to please do this for us and for me, and then we'll move to our first panel of this international trade seminar.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I think we need to give a round of applause for this history-making event that we have all witnessed today. I know that in the next 5, 6, 7, 8 years, when we see what the power and progress and prosperity that the African Continental Free Trade Area has brought to the continent, many of us will be able to say we were here when this great step was taken. So as we keep things going on, earlier when the group managing director was speaking, he made mention of a project that is very near and dear to Zenith Bank's heart, and that project is the Zero to Hero initiative. It's the Zero to Hero program, and I'll give you just a brief about it before we watch this mini documentary about it. Now, Zenith Bank does something very special, very intentional, and very deliberate. They are walking the talk by working with exporters and taking those exporters who have no prior knowledge of exportation, providing training and funding for them, and then, of course, turning them into Zenith Bank success stories. So we're going to hear from those who have gone through the program, those who are just finishing the program, and are waiting to make success of what they've learned with Zenith Bank. So now, proudly, this is the Zero to Hero program brought to you by Zenith Bank.
Our nation, Nigeria, is blessed with numerous minerals and natural resources that, if properly harnessed, have the potential to positively impact government revenues, capital infrastructure, citizen prosperity, GDP, and overall economic development of the nation. Since the return to democratic practices in 1999, successive Nigerian governments, industry leaders, and economic experts have all stressed the need to diversify the Nigerian economy and reduce dependence on petrol dollars as the major source of government revenue by consciously increasing the volume of non-oil exports to other countries. Zenith Bank PLC, with an unwavering commitment to innovation, quality service, and strategic support for exporters, is not only revolutionizing international trade, but has also taken up the mantle as the leading bank within the Nigerian export ecosystem. The bank has made considerable investment in expanding its export services over the years by leveraging an extensive network of correspondent banks and strategic partners, providing credit facilities at competitive rates, establishing training programs, and creating seamless export journeys for its customers. Zenith Bank has hosted an international trade seminar with an emphasis on non-oil export each year since 2015. This program, now in its 8th year, provides a forum for regulators and exporters to chart the course for progressive growth in non-oil exports and economic progress for all. As the industry leader, Zenith Bank PLC has processed non-oil export transactions of over $3.7 billion in the last 3 years, translating to roughly 40% of total industry volumes. In 2020, the bank started a non-oil export training program dubbed Zero to Hero to facilitate literacy and expertise in non-oil export business activities. The Academy teaches exporters and those interested in export business all they need to know and what they need to do to ensure success. As at the end of July 2023, the Academy had trained 67 representatives of 47 businesses who continue to affirm the positive impact of the program in their businesses.
My name is Ajibade Oluwabi. I'm the CEO of BPL Nigeria Limited. BPL Nigeria Limited is one of the foremost lead recycling, export and commodity trading firms in Nigeria. Well, we opened our first account with Zenith Bank in 2010. So we've had a roughly 12 to 13 year working relationship with Zenith Bank. We receive a lot of support from Zenith Bank when it comes to trade finance and just general trade support, opening LCs, discounting LCs, and the likes. I think Zenith Bank is quite strong when it comes to trade, probably one of the strongest in Nigeria. So beyond providing finance, the fact that they do understand trade, the fact that they understand some of the unique demands that we have, whether it's advanced payment guarantees and some of the structured trade finance, requirements we generally have, Zenith Bank has proven to be a reliable partner, and they do really understand trade, and I think that counts for them. That's a positive for us.
I'm Otumba Pastor Tola Fasheru, Chairman Chief Executive, Co-Resource Investment Limited. I've been in banking relationship with Zenith Bank for upward of 20 years. Zenith Bank basically has supported us in financing our exports. Zenith Bank is one of the most reliable banks, across the country. They keep to their word, they're timely, they're smart in, processing your transactions. They're flexible enough to accommodate you, So that's why we pitched our tent with Zenith Bank.
My name is Krish. I'm a director at Dasco Engineering Industries, which has been operating in Nigeria since 1986. We're an ISO manufacturer of custom spare parts, agricultural accessories, and fencing. We've been banking with Zenith Bank for over 2 decades now. We've utilized many of Zenith Bank's services over time. The bank has been in the forefront of innovating products in both trade and CapEx financing. Additionally, it has a strong IT infrastructure and a wide-reaching retail banking network. These are some of the services we have utilized. Frankly, we were clueless on the modalities and procedures of export. Zenith Bank sensitized our team and handheld us throughout the process of export. Their export desk has been extremely responsive and accessible whenever we've had questions. So we see Zenith Bank not just as a bank, but as a strategic partner. Alongside with them, we have transformed from a company that relied primarily on imported inputs to one that backward integrated to produce its raw materials locally, to one that is now starting to export.
According to Dr. Ebenezer Onyagu, the Group Managing Director and CEO of Zenith Bank PLC, the bank will continue to be at the forefront of empowering global trade by maintaining its commitment to excellence, customer satisfaction, and innovation. The bank's impressive journey in supporting non-oil exports so far is no doubt an inspiring testament to our vision of driving prosperity for our customers and the nation at large.
I'm very happy and delighted to welcome our distinguished guests to the 8th edition of our non-oil export seminar. This is a journey we started in 2015. We did it in response to the fact that we recognize that overdependence on oil production for the supply of foreign exchange needed for the economy is not sustainable. And in the past 8 years, we've continued to support this initiative. Our vision is very clear. We want to be the leading advocate, the leading bank, and the leading voice in propagating the development of our non-oil export potentials. This year, the theme is non-oil exports, the present and the future. The key messaging part of this theme is the fact that we are driving a dispensation that focus should move away from export of primary products to export of value-added products. By so doing, we'll be able to enlarge the pie and also create more opportunities for the economy by way of not only generating foreign exchange, generating employment, and also other ancillary opportunities around typical value addition of production services. The key thing about this non-oil seminar is also the fact that we have brought in all stakeholders who are relevant in this field, and we've also brought in the Secretary General of African Continental Free Trade Area, who will be speaking to us and also providing opportunity for Nigerians to realize the full potentials and benefits that are accruable to Nigerian businesses. In our own part, we expect that Nigeria should be the leading anchor for the development of the AFCTA agenda. Let me also say that our non-oil export initiative also caters for SME. We cater for SME
through the Zero to Hero program. Zero to Hero program simply speaks to the fact that if you have never done export at all, you can come to Zenith to be incubated, to be trained, to be empowered, to appreciate and understand what it takes to do export, from generation of the exportable item to the documentation, and also going as far as to identifying a suitable export market abroad. Zenith as an institution, we remain committed to providing funding support, both long-term, working capital, to all export customers that we have in the books. We welcome as many exporters as possible. We will also continue to provide that advisory and advocacy that will enable us deepen this space for the general benefits of the economy. And all said, we are looking forward to a very exciting and very insightful session. Once again, I welcome everyone and wish us a very pleasant deliberation.
Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
Okay, let there be light. Thank you very much. Let's put another round of applause for that particular video presentation by Zenith Bank team. And now let's move on very straight to our first panel. Actually, there are two panels. The first would focus a little bit more on non-oil export industry and the growth opportunities, which I'll be handling. Then, of course, the second panel will focus more on the creative industry and a whole lot of value chain there, and that's what my colleague Tolu will be handling. I have 6 panelists, but we have a major presentation which will be done by none other person than Dr. Ezra Yakusak, who is the Executive Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Nigeria Export Promotion Council. Please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Dr. Ezra Yakusak of NEPC. After his presentation, he's also joining my members of the panel to discuss his presentation. Please, you have the floor, Dr. Yakusak. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I guess we have, I'll give you the slide. I think it's going to be projected. I want to thank Zenith Bank for this wonderful opportunity and for the wonderful things they've been doing in the non-oil export sector. I must confess that they are making our job very, very easy at Nigerian Export Promotion Council. And so this is a great opportunity for us to talk about non-oil export and the growth and opportunity that can be found therein. Okay, if you have the slide, you can put up the slide so that members of the audience. Okay, thank you. If you have the slide, please, can you put it up so that members, the audience can follow me? Okay, thank you. All right, okay. I want to pay respect to my boss, the immediate past Executive Director of Nigeria Export Promotion Council, Mr. Olusegun Awolowo. He did so well in NEPC, and it was a big shoe that I needed to fill, and I had to work extra hard. If not, it would be like somebody left here and there's nobody there. So I had to work here. So thank you very much, sir. Thank you, I appreciate it. And I'll just go ahead with my presentation. Now, the Nigerian Export Promotion Council was established in 1976 to promote the development and diversification of Nigerian export trade. And what we do in NEPC is to also assist in promoting the development of export-oriented industries. Our vision is to spearhead the diversification of the Nigerian economy by expanding and increasing non-oil export for sustainable and inclusive economic growth. And so, by way of introduction, you are aware that over the past 5 decades, Nigeria basically has been a mono-product economy, largely dependent on income generated from crude oil earnings. From the records, earnings from crude oil accounts for approximately 70% of the federal government revenues and about 90% of national income. Now, dependence on crude oil has made the economy vulnerable to fluctuation in international prices with far-reaching implications on the capacity of the economy to create sustainable wealth. An average of 90% budgetary revenues of the states is funded through allocations from the Federation, which is mostly oil. The economic potential and capacity for self-sustenance in many states have remained untapped or unexplored because of states are highly dependent on crude oil revenues. And so, however, due to various initiatives of the government, the non-oil export there has been a kind of appreciable increase or growth in the non-oil export due to various initiatives of government. Let me take you through to the non-oil export performance of 2022. That's last year. Last year, we had a non-oil export performance of $4.8 billion US. And that performance is the first we've ever had in NEPC since the creation of NEPC in 1976. And by the way, these figures are figures we obtained from the various pre-shipment inspection agents that were set up by the federal government under the Pre-Shipment Inspection Act. They gave us this figure. And the 3 pre-shipment inspection agents, their role or responsibility is to ensure before a product is exported out of Nigeria, they make sure they inspect the product and determine the value and volume of such products. In the year under review, that is 2022, we exported 214 products. And I'm sure you'll be surprised that we have 214 exportable products that we are exporting in Nigeria. Yes, we have. And that also brings back to the point that we have huge export potentials, huge opportunities in Nigeria. 1,172 companies exported to about 122 countries. In the period under review, 32.8% was urea fertilizer. That was the highest product that was exported. And I can tell you that just like the Secretary General of AFTA have said, that figure basically is because, Russia, because of the war in Ukraine and Russia, they are also exporting urea fertilizer, and because of the gap, Nigeria filled in the gap and also brought in that product, which gave us that huge figure. And I need to tell you that Brazil was the highest importer or the highest export destination in Nigeria with about 12.27%. The interesting thing is that we had 31 issuing banks that participated in that export with 19 exit points. Exit points majorly was Lagos, the port in Lagos, but we had other exit points all around the country. And by the way of classification, you can see that 39.1% was manufactured products. But we were happy. Though it's a low figure, we were happy because that changed the trajectory in non-oil export or traditional method of export change. Ordinarily before now, what you will see is raw commodities. But by last year, we had an increase. It was an increase that we had about 39.61% as processed or manufactured product, while the raw commodity was about 30.1%. The interesting part of this is that the top issuing banks, the first, of course, which bank was it? Zenith Bank. Zenith Bank was the top. Among the 31 issuing banks, Zenith Bank was the top 10. Among the top 10 that issue and process the various NXPs that were used in the non-oil export sector in 2022. And of course, Zenith Bank had about 26.37% of the NXP value at $1.2 billion US. Now, there's a slight, there's a marginal decrease in non-oil export performance from January to June 2023. We're talking about non-oil export growth. So there's a slight or marginal a dip of about 0.09%. The non-oil export performance from January to June this year is about $2.5 billion US. And of course, the dip is attributed to the general election that happened. And of course, the general election because it affected a lot of various economic activities. And these are part of the reasons we attributed the dip in non-oil performance for 2023. Now, over the years, the Council has initiated and implemented a series of reforms and programs that aim at diversifying the economy. This has led, in our opinion, to the growth in the non-oil export sector. Some of these programs or initiatives are as follows. In 2021, our registration portal was fully automated. It was fully automated. And right now, as we are talking, you can sit under the comfort of your bedroom and register as an exporter. And by the way, it's just about 13,500. I think the cheapest registration you can get in any government organization by now, to the best of my knowledge. You can sit right in the comfort of your bedroom or sitting room and register as an exporter, and of course, access your certificate there. So from 2021 to date, we've registered about 14,117 companies on our database as registered exporters since that was fully automated. The other program in it, which my boss has mentioned, is the Zero Oil Plan that was established and was approved by FEC. And the Zero Oil Plan simply asked 4 questions, which I will leave to your imagination the answers. What will Nigeria do if we have no oil to sell? What are we going to do? If there's no, assuming there's no oil, or there's a huge decline in oil demand, what will you do? And the second question is, what else apart from oil? What else apart from oil can Nigeria sell? What other thing will Nigeria sell apart from oil? And how do we ensure that these products or goods will create enough jobs and ensure sustainable wealth in Nigeria? And the last question is that, how quickly can we prepare our country for a time where there is no oil? How quickly? Are we ready? Assuming this thing dry up today, what are we going to do? I think these are posers for all of us to answer. The second, another initiative or intervention we felt is the Export for Survival campaign that we initiated in February 2022. And that campaign is simple. The essence of that campaign is to sensitize the economic operators to embrace non-oil export as a means of business. And so we are doing this to mobilize critical stakeholders for intervention in non-oil export sector. We consider non-oil export as a means of survival. Our belief is that if you want to survive as a nation, if you want to survive economically, you have to export. And that is why the Zenith Bank program or seminar is quite handy. We have a program called Go Global, Go Certification. The essence of that program, because we realize that there has been several cases of export rejects. And these export rejects are due to lack of various certifications. You know, in the international market, there are some basic certifications that you have to get depending on the product you are dealing with. And so we initiated the Go Global, Go Certification program. And the essence of that program is to train and expose various experts to the various certifications required. We have the hazard analysis and critical control point. We have FDA, if you want to export to the US. We have halal, we have kosher, various certifications. So what we're doing is to identify some SMEs, and we pay off that certification for them. fully 100% payment, and so that the cases of export reject will be drastically reduced. So far, we've had about 154 firms or companies or SMEs that we have paid off their certifications, and right now we are processing 200 other companies that have been processed right now, and the certifications are still ongoing. I thought you would clap at this point. Good, that's it. Thank you. And by the way, this is that picture is during when we were, issuing the certifications to various SMEs. There's a program we initiated. We call it the Domestic Export Warehouse, and we're doing this interagency program with the MPA, with Shippers Council, and many other agencies. And the essence is to just address this issue of supply side constraint, and the also issue of congestion at the port. So we introduced the Domestic Export Warehouse program, and the Domestic Export Warehouse we identified some 13 warehouses where various inspection agencies like the Custom, the Pre-Shipment Inspection Agents, NAFDAC, and other regulatory agencies will come together and inspect goods meant for export. Once those goods are inspected, they are expected to be loaded on a truck that will be marked due, that's the Domestic Export Warehouse, and taken straight to the port. And once that is done, it is expected that even the Custom or any other regulatory agency will not tamper or open up or check that container. It goes straight. And like I said, the essence is to address the issue of port congestion in our various ports. That program is ongoing. Right now, as I'm talking to you, the domestic warehouse in Kano and Kaduna are ready for commissioning. We also initiated a program called the Export Trade Houses. The Export Trade Houses is to enhance the visibility of Nigerian products abroad, and so we open up those export trade houses, a warehouse and a showroom or exhibition hall where Nigerian products are exhibited or showcased for people around that country or that region to see. And so far, we've opened one in Lome, Togo, one in Egypt, and Nairobi, Kenya, and then the last one this year was commissioned in Hunan province in China. Of course, we have several market linkages program, and that is the International Trade Fair. We take several firms firms to international trade fairs. We attended a trade fair this year in China. We were at the Dubai Trade Fair in 2020. We went to France in 2022. And by the way, if you look at that picture down, one of the company we promoted, Pacific Rings, makers of Casanova, were given an award for quality for best packaging. And it was a wonderful thing, not only for that company, because once we take that company, we're taking Nigeria out. And so that was a wonderful thing for us. It was a wonderful testimony for us. And we engage in various capacity building programs to build up exports. From January to June this year, we had 240 capacity building programs in the 34 states of Nigeria. 34 states because we have 34 states. We have 34 offices in 34 states. And we had 240 capacity building programs. And with the participant, we had about 18,554 participants. But our capacity programs are now tailor-made. They are tailor-made to meet specific needs. In May this year, we had a capacity program for women on packaging. And we also had a capacity program in Lagos about 2 weeks ago on fish and fish packaging. Just on thought, about less than a week, we had a capacity program for the banks, and Zenith Bank was represented. And because we feel there should be an interface between us and the banks, we've had several complaints by the exporters approaching banks on facilities and the kind of response they do have. So we feel there's need for us to interface with the banks and train them or teach them on what export is all about. So that program was held in Abuja with 29 banks in attendance. 29 banks were in attendance, and the program was on effective export procedures, documentation, and logistics. These are the pictures of some of the bankers that participated at that program in Abuja. Now, of course, you are aware of our export incentive program, the export incentive. That is the EEG. This year, about 308 billion naira, not dollars, naira, have been released by the federal government to various firms or companies that exported. The essence of that EEG is to boost the economy and to increase non-oil export. And it works in such a way that once you export your product and you repatriate your proceed, it will give you up to 10% the value of your export proceed. We give it to you through what we call the promissory note program. Now, with export opportunities in Nigeria, Now, I just gave you an overview of various export opportunities in Nigeria, and due to time, I will just run through it. We have the opportunity in the solid mineral sector, manufacture or process product sector, agricultural products, services sector. We have opportunity in various regional markets, and we have opportunity in various trade agreements, policies, and bilateral agreement that Nigeria has entered with other countries. And like I said, due to time, because I'm working on time, I'm a man under authority, so I will just rush through the products or through the various opportunities. We have a lot of opportunity in the mineral sector, a lot. Like gold, the global value for gold is about 10 trillion US dollars. Nigeria has a potential of 4.4 billion US dollars. But surprisingly, last year, our gold export was only 152 million US dollars. See, that's a great opportunity that we have or we can latch into. And by the way, there is tendency of, I was reliably informed that we have 13 states in Nigeria has high potential of gold. And let me just move for lack of time. Now, we have also a great opportunity in the agricultural products, agricultural sector. Like I said earlier on, 214 products were exported to 122 countries. And most of these products are on tap. And by the way, just like the MD has said, we need to add value to our products. I think the era of promoting or exporting raw commodities should be over. We cannot export our jobs. We cannot export our industry because that's what we do. Once you don't add value, you are literally exporting jobs, you are exporting industries, you are exporting wealth out. And I think that should stop. Okay, so I want to just look at cashew. Cashew is the Nigeria is the fourth leading producer of raw cashew nut in Africa. And of course, cashew, we have cashew in about 19 producing states. The cashew global export is expected as 4.5 billion. But last year, Nigeria exported only 252.3 million cashew, and most of them were unprocessed, raw. That's the sad side of it. And so we are yet to harness the full potential of our cashew. And so, by way of intervention, Nigerian Export Promotion Council is collaborating with Pro Cashew, Valency. I saw Valency here. Valency, Pro Cashew, were collaborating to ensure organic production of cashew. And this year, we went to a cashew farm in Ogbomosho, and we're trying to set up a processing plant so as to add value. And that's what we're doing now to cashew production in Nigeria. And our plan is that, by the way, that's a PPP arrangement with the community there in Ogbomosho. And our plan is that by the time we add value and they see the viability of the project, they will end up also, they will be encouraged to also do the same. That's the essence of it. Okay. Let me just run through the other products. We have tomato, and we have a lot of other products in the tomato value chain, you can see, and cassava value chain. Several products that we can make out of cassava, orange, ginger, shea, and chili moringa, a very medicinal product, and which we've left untapped. And of course, another export opportunity is services. I won't talk much of services because there's a whole session on services today. But services is the real thing. Services is the in thing now in international trade. And Nigeria, we have all we need, and we are strategically placed to tap from the potentials of services because we have a large young population, our time zone is an advantage, and our language, speaking English language is an advantage, and I think we need to tap that. But in terms of services, about a month ago, the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, we just initiated, we felt the need to also curtail the case of youth restiveness and also promote export of services. And what we did was to organize a talent hunt, football talent hunt, and we invited some scouts from abroad, various European countries, and they came to Nigeria, and we organized this talent hunt in Abuja, and young men came, played, and at the end of the day, 3 boys were picked, and they are going to Latvia, one of the European countries. And we believe, thank you very much. Now, for some of you, you will say only 3 boys were picked. Yes, 3 boys, because we know the implication of picking a boy. One young man that can get signed up in a good club is like to an entire community. We know the impact of it, and so we're going to continue in that program. We're going to continue to encourage or promote export of services. And another opportunity, which I will not dwell on again, is the regional markets. A regional market, as in African market, it has been said here, but one thing I need to open our eyes to is that the non-oil export performance of 2022, the top 10 countries, the top 10 non-oil export destinations, none of them was an African country. Not one was an African country. And even the January to June non-oil export performance for 2023, the top 10, none is an African country. And the question is, what is wrong with us? What exactly is wrong with us? If you look at trade generally, you will agree with me that it's easier to trade with an African country than even other countries. It's easier because our values are the same, our culture is likely the same. Well, I think all has been said, but it's a huge market out there that we need to work on. And we have several other opportunities in various agreements that has been set up. We have AGUA, we have the ECOWAS trade liberalization scheme, and we have AFTA and various other bilateral trade agreements. And lastly, I thank Zenith Bank for bringing us here, and I'm so happy with what is happening in the non-oil export space. Years back, who will have thought a bank will organize an international trade seminar on non-oil export? Years back, who will have thought a bank will organize a foreign exhibition? A bank is organizing a foreign exhibition on non-oil export abroad. We've come to the realization that non-oil export it is, and the only way for Nigeria to survive is through non-oil export. And that's why we are preaching export for survival. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Please, another round of applause, Dr. Yakuzak. Those who are in the non-oil exports are very passionate about their industry. So it's just a replica of Mr. Segun Awolowo, so I wasn't surprised. They're so passionate about it. Let me introduce my panel so that we can get straight to business. Please put your hands together for Alhaji Mutadadi Yemi Adeniji, who is the Managing Director and CEO of Starlink Global and Ideal Limited. Also on my panel is the Managing Director of Century Mining Company, Satya Gopal. We'll be talking about what is under the ground. Alhaji will be speaking about exports above the ground. And Mr. Bin Hunander, the MD and CEO of Wakot Limited. Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for him as well. He's also on my panel, as well as the representative of the Acting Comptroller General of Customs, Mohammed Babandede, the export terminal at Lily Pond. comptroller who is in charge of that. Please put your hands together for him as well. Last but not the least, the managing director of the Nigerian Post Authority, Mohammed Bello Koko. Please put your hands together for him as well. We've listened very attentively to Dr. Ezra's presentation, so I'm going to spare him a little bit to take a little bit of a deep breath from what all he has told us and go straight to something that's been mentioned here and for which was part of my early life on a farm, and that's going to cocoa farm. My late dad was a missionary, and he had 2 large cocoa farms somewhere deep inside Osun State. And that's where I grew up in my first few years of my life. And school holidays were spent going to the cocoa farm to work with them, with other kids on insecticides. You know, this cocoa disease that always comes to us this time of the year. So what you do is use, those days, is the whole pump with Gamalin 20 and fetching water from the river and mixing it. So I know a little bit about cocoa processing, by the way. I eventually know how to talk, so I decided to come to Lagos and do talking for a living. So I'm going to start from Alhaji Murtada Adeyemi Adeniji on volume of cocoa exports from Nigeria, and we're going to start with you. Now, the Chinese are finding a very ingenious way now to produce cocoa because according to, yes, it's working, because according to the news reports, what the Chinese did was to get some farmers, cocoa farmers in Ghana, a few of them, took them to China, and they helped China to develop how to produce cocoa. And this is available online. And they were there for a couple of years. And Chinese paid these Ghanaian farmers, cocoa farmers, and now China has what it takes to produce cocoa in direct competition with 3 or 4 of the biggest cocoa producing countries in the world, Nigeria, Cameroon, Cote d'Ivoire, as well as Ghana. So my question is that we're looking at about how much in volume of cocoa exports. What can we do to address the decline and negative impact of cocoa on Nigerian economy? And I have a bigger question for you after that. But let me start with that. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. And I want this one to be noted. Zenith Bank last year invited us for a program like this, and the result was wonderful, and is still very wonderful. You have the man by my side here, Mr. Koko, and the other man at the other hand, Custom. I complained bitterly about the activities last year. Today, I want to tell you, they have made export very easy. Thank you, Zenith Bank.
Well, if that is the case, I'm going to bring him now closer to you, since things that happened. I was here last year, and I was part of that in this hall.
I actually sat there with him, and I told him he should not be afraid.
Thank you.
They did honestly, they did very wonderful job.
Thank you.
Except somebody is lazy, he will not be able to pass. Back to the question. We have this problem is on tripod. The government, the CBN, and commercial banks. We need to change the way we think as a people. And I'm happy that the MD of Zenith Bank came here to commit this bank and himself to what we want to see in the next few years to come. The first problem is government has abandoned some of these policies. Like in the past when we were growing up, we have cocoa development unit that plants nurseries everywhere in cocoa, areas in Nigeria. That one has stopped. The second one was the well-thought anchor borrower scheme of CBN, wonderful, but badly implemented. And we complained that, look, this money should have been given to commercial banks to manage. And the third one is the commercial banks. West Senate Bank is one of them. We have a problem that all Nigerian banks, commercial banks, are now cash centers instead of investing in long-term programs, policies that will bring up this backward integration. Without backward integration, we are not likely to get anywhere. Because you now find out that in 1970, cocoa production in Nigeria was 570,000 tons. Today is between 250 and 300,000 tons. Compared with Ivory Coast, in 2010, the production in Ivory Coast was 1,100,000 tons. Today, Ivory Coast produces 2.3 million tons. So we have a problem, and it was a deliberate attempt by the government, the banks, and regulatory authorities to see that they can take their production to the level they have. I think that is where the banks, recently at RT 200, the banks were asking for incentives from the CBN, from everybody. They've forgotten that the first incentive is within themselves. How? Most of the loans that are bad are because the staffs are not properly motivated. That's where the issue is. If the banker knows that he has a future in what he's doing, there's no likelihood of collaboration with people. You see, you saw what happened to the Anchor Bora scheme. All the money gone. They said it was the farmers. That is not true. Farmers pay back their loan. The problem is some of the people, they were not well incentivized, and they collaborated with people to take it off. If banks can have a system where their bankers have a future, when they are leaving the bank, they have a future, they can do some things, there's not likely to be so much of the fraud. And that is where the incentives should start from, before looking for incentives from insurance companies or the CBN.
Okay.
So the third one is the CBN should leave the Anchor Bora scheme to the commercial banks. That's their perfect area. They understand how to give money out and take it. Then, if we now go back to scale up our, we go back to backward integration, we are likely to get it right. I just finished planting a 10-hectare farm in my local government. It cost me only about 9 million naira to plant 9 hectares of cocoa, which is going to fruit within 3 years. So there are very good varieties now that we can also meet up with it. And I need to also talk to Mr. Estra here, that the incentives they are giving some of the exporters are not attached to backward integration, especially the foreigners that are in the space in export. All this money are being shipped out. If we have a deliberate attempt to say, look, if we get this incentive, plow part of it back to backward integration, at the end of the day, we are not likely to have a lot of problems.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your comments, Alhaji Adeniji. I want you to think, I have a question for you. The next question I'm going to ask others a few questions, but first, I want you to think about what Mr. President said about the bringing back of the commodity and cocoa boards. I want you to think about it. What do you think? How do you think we should go on that? Let me allow you to chew that. But let me go to the comptroller, who is Babandide, about what were you able to do that you were able to do right, that you got an applause from Alhaji Adeniji here, and what more would you be doing to facilitate trade at the customs moving forward?
Good afternoon. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to highlight some of the achievements about customs. And thank God Dr. Ebenezer is seated, because he says something about efficiency of customs. One of our key responsibilities is to ensure we facilitate legitimate trade. And the best thing that has happened to the export community in Nigeria is the establishment of Lily Pond Export Command. That is saddled with the responsibility of handling all issues of export. When we came into board last year, November, with the help of Nigerian Port Authority, we sat and decided what are the challenges being faced by these exporters. And we sat down, we came up with a template. The first thing we did was to ensure that we created a one-stop shop. One-stop shop whereby it removes all delay. This leads to rejection and return of our cargo. By doing that, we have eliminated rejection and return of our cargo to the barest minimum. We have also reduced the cost of doing the export business itself. We have also reduced intervention by other agencies. We have also reduced multiple checks. There was a time even allies were extorting money from exporters. We have removed that barrier. We have removed that also. We have also reduced pilfering. Before the establishment of Lily Pond Export, there were cases of pilfering of containers. The exporters can testify. Their container can be opened. Some sacks of cocoa can be removed. We have handled that with the help of Nigerian Port Authority, because if we release our consignment, NPA have dedicated routes whereby this consignment can follow up to the port. So these are some of the achievements that we are able to do. Another thing is all our custom procedures is automated, from the NSP to CCI to release to the interface to the shipping line, so that the shipping line will be able to know this particular consignment has been released by customs, therefore it's good to go directly to the awaiting vessel. So these are some of the achievements we're able to do. That's why Alhaji Dawood Starlink is so grateful about that.
Thank you, Alhaji Babandede. I'm sure between the customs and the Nigerian Ports Authority, I'm going to allow the Managing Director, Mohammed Koko, to speak to this relationship that facilitates export of non-oil products. You have the floor, please.
All right. Good afternoon. Let me first of all thank and commend Zenith Bank for continuing this discourse on non-oil exports, which is really of high importance to the country. As regards to your question, what we first of all did was to sit back and study what is the problem. The Nigerian Ports Authority's responsibility is to handle the logistics issue as relates to delivery of cargo to the port, receiving that cargo, and also ensuring that it is loaded to vessels for voyage. And we realized that if we do not take active actions and deliberate actions, the delays will continue. And so therefore we decided, what do? We encourage the terminal operators to create hinterland aggregation points and also dedicated spaces for exports within the port terminals. But also, we need to realize that the ports are very small in size, and therefore there is capacity issues. So what we did was to create export processing terminals. And the export processing terminals, like he said, are supposed to be one-stop shops where you consolidate, you test it, you weigh it, you brand it, you pack it, and then go straight into the ports. What the customs did for us was to create an export command. That means there are individuals responsible for all problems related to export that you can relate with. And our efforts have actually shown that we are yielding results. Because in 2018, we had about, 2019, sorry, the ports registered about 2.8 million metric tons of exports. And by 2020, it was 3.8. By 2021, it was 3.79. And by 2022, there is a leap of over 5.1 million metric tons. And half year now, we've already recorded about 3.4, 3.5 million metric tons. And don't forget that shipping activity actually peaks from the middle of the year to the end of the year. So you can predict that we are going to exceed what was achieved last year. It might not be much in figures, in dollars or whatever it is, but you can see the quantum of exports taking place. So that collaboration with them has actually helped. And the same thing with Nigerian Export Promotion Council. They have dues in the hinterland. We have a truck call-up system that we have created to ensure that only trucks that are ready to either load or offload come into the ports. So what we did was to try to get them to use our platform, and when they have finished packaging, they log into ETO, and then the cargo comes in straight to the ports for voyage. We created time belts for exports. We also created a lane for exports, just to ensure that we improve the speed. And that's what Alhaji was saying. From the 30 days, 3 weeks, or 6 weeks, we are talking about very few days. Because at the export processing terminals, all the documentations are done. So that means those occurrences where exporters take cargo to the ports no more happen. And we've gone ahead to encourage our terminal operators to be more involved in it. We thank Lagos State government for working with us to enforce traffic regulations, especially along the port corridors. And that's why you can see congestion has reduced also. The Nigerian police and the Nigerian Customs Service, thank you so much for that collaboration. And I think we believe that we'll do more with the current collaboration in place.
Thank you so much. Please a round of applause. That's what I call teamwork. You know, when Dr. Ezra, during your presentations, I was wondering where you were so happy with those data you were rolling out. I didn't know these were the folks who made those numbers possible, because you talk about increased exports and all of that. So that means something is working. Give them a round of applause. That's why they are smiling. But let's dig below. Let's dig below the ground into the solid mineral sector, and that's what I'm coming to. The managing director of Century Mining Company sat here about the challenges in that sector and what we need to do moving forward to create that enabling environment to ramp up on solid minerals. And whatever you call the price of gold, diamond, platinum, aluminum, whatever, from basic metals to resources, we have it all. So the question is, how do we ramp that up very quickly beyond what we have done so that it could become, I don't want to compare it to the oil sector, I want to compare it with non-oil sector as well.
Thank you. Let me go with the presentation what the GMD has presented. If you see the one slide where he has shown that all the regions in the Nigeria, they have the minerals, except South. So only I can understand or I can see that the minerals only can eliminate the non-oil sectors. And the problems, the challenge, what we are facing now is a lot. Like that the minerals is not available in the town or control the cities or close to the city. It is the far away from the city, where we don't have the proper infrastructure, proper security and safety. And a few days I think the few months ago, I heard that there is the police is not going to support you on the private sectors or any securities or something. So that is the main reasons we are, only the 15% of the peoples are investing in the minerals in Nigeria. Whereas the minerals in the Nigeria is the huge, in all the sectors they have it. So that is the main problem we have it. Then hostile host community, that is creating the problems, attacking the peoples. Then third one is we have the problems with the capacity building of our Nigerian colleagues. We are more dependent on the expatriates, while it is coming for the machineries and the everything. It's fully opposite. Third one is the R&D. If you want to export your minerals, you need to depend on your international partner. There is no proper R&D in the country. So that we are expecting from the government side to come up, build the R&D, allow the mineral sectors or allow the investor to come, do the minerals and do the processing here instead of just digging the minerals and sending out to the country. So these are the few things which we need the support from the government. And one thing is I want to mention here, we have the one Century Mining is the far away from the Kano, where there is no network. A small example I'm giving, Mr. Lawani is here, he knows that. So what we have done, we have tried for all the banks, let's give us the one digital specializations to transfer the money instead of writing the check all the days. So we went to all the banks to find out the solutions. Only Zenith Bank have given the solution to us, and where we are very thankful to Zenith Bank. They're giving a lot of opportunity to us to make the our life is in the interior area.
Thank you so much. Put your hands together for him. Thank you for showcasing what's working in the solid minerals sector. But again, for the managing director of WACAT, Nander, when you look at the agri sector, the organic export of products and what more we can do within the value chain, the foreign exchange, the FX that we earn as a country is still relatively small compared to other countries. For example, how many of us in the audience have ever tasted Highland tea made in Taraba State? Raise up your hand. Highland tea made in, raise up your hand very well, please, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not sure we're up to 10 in the audience. Now, I found Highland tea a couple of years ago in our Abuja office, and it was just packed in one corner at about up to 10 cartons. My colleagues who interviewed someone from there, actually, they brought the cartons and they just packed them in one corner. So I went to the Abuja office, and I went to this office and I saw the cartons of Highland tea. And I asked my colleagues, what are these tea doing here? They said, well, we interviewed a guest and he gave it to us as gifts. So are you not drinking it? Well, they drink other brands like Lipton and other tea. And I said, give me a carton. So they gave me a carton. This was like 4 or 5 years ago. And I brought it to Lagos. And a single tea bag of Highland tea, a single tea bag can make up to almost 5 cups. It's so rich. One single tea bag equals 3-4 tea bags of other brands. And you can quote me anywhere. And it's made in Taraba State. Now, so when I finished this particular carton, I was looking for additional ones, so I didn't know how to get it. So I called my colleagues who called someone in Taraba State, because it doesn't exist in any store in Abuja 5-6 years ago, and nowhere in Lagos as well. Now, I ordered the regular tea and the green tea, about 2 separate cartons, and it cost me about 80,000 naira to bring both of them to Lagos, because I had to bring it from Taraba to Abuja and then airlift it to Lagos to pay the airfare and what have you. Now, this is something very rich that we have in our own country that we don't really appreciate. But we can do a whole lot more when you look at the Highland tea in Taraba State, very healthy and produced here. So I'm talking about the foreign exchange right now. And this is something that could go for export. So my question is, the quality of our products, which sometimes is an issue when it comes to exports, when we export to Europe and elsewhere, again within Africa, for example, what more can we do to support that and make things a whole lot better? Talk to me.
Right, good afternoon, thank you so much. There are 3, first it would be incorrect to say that Nigerian crop is of any inferior value as compared to its neighbors in ECOWAS, be it Cote d'Ivoire or Ghana or Benin. So, but there are 3 points of value erosion which have happened over the years. One is the crop. Now, while our neighbors in Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana have kept on replanting, as Alaji would validate, we in Nigeria have kept pace but not at the same rate. We are slightly behind, but I'm sure in the medium term, we will be catching up in terms of the quality of the crop that we have and hence the yields. That is one point of value erosion. The second point of value erosion which happens is we export. We are at par with the rest of the countries in terms of value generated in terms of dollars or forex. However, what happens more often than not, in the process of import substitution, a lot of the players or exporters are creating value and adding up processing units. So import of these processing units cost money, and some part of it gets offset at the origination or let's say the exporting country into Nigeria. The third point, Nigeria is the largest. Let's be proud of it. We are the largest economy and we stand here proudly. Yet, there are countries around us who get distinct benefits in terms of destination countries giving them export subsidies or let's say duty subsidies from LDCs. Why can't we get it? We are, second, we also are have a significant say in what happens in ECOWAS.
You want subsidies?
Nigeria per se should get subsidies from the destination countries.
Not the petrol subsidy this time around.
No, agri commodities.
Agri subsidy. Okay.
Absolutely.
Give me a round of applause, please. That's a subsidy I support. And Zenith Bank supports that, yes.
Okay, let's delete anything called oil. So having said that, now if these LDCs can get it around us, surrounding us, why can't we get it? And that also erodes value to a large extent at the destination markets. For example, sesame attracts a duty of 10%. For us, LDCs don't pay it. So they are cheaper, and hence they're able to generate more and more revenue. And that results in a gray market trade, which also erodes the forex that we can potentially generate, the cross-border trade. So these are the value erosion points that we have, and we must plug it. And Nigeria is capable. Crops are no way inferior to anybody else.
Thank you so much, Nanda. Round of applause for him. Now, let me ask you, Dr. Ezra of NEPC, you said about 14,176 registered exporters in Nigeria. So when Alhaji Adeniji was speaking earlier, he said, well, are they all these real exporters? Are the funds that the central bank government is giving, do those funds really go to real exporters or those who are just taking the money out of Nigeria? How do you answer?
Well, I can tell you for free, sir, that the figure I gave you is the figure from 2021 till June 2023. That's what I said. And talking about funds, who get funds and what, no one can get any fund except you actually export. Like I said, you must engage in formal export, your goods reach, and you repatriate your proceed. And this goes through the central bank and the various commercial banks. You must have an NXP. The MXP must be issued by a commercial bank, by a bank, and is processed, and your export process repatriated before you enjoy any subsidy or incentive, including the RT200 by the central bank, and of course, the export expansion grant. So it's a formalized system that you don't just pick somebody on the street and say, hey, you're an exporter, you enjoy this facility or not. No, there's a structure that we use.
Thank you very much. Please give them a round of applause. Now you have those 14,000 exporters, and Zenith Bank today just formally unveiled the Smart AFCFTA. In other words, I'm expecting those 14,000 plus organizations to be on this portal or Smart AFCFTA of Zenith Bank, isn't it?
Yes, yes, of course. What we need to do, of course, see, with this is an information we're getting now.
Yes.
Sensitization. Sensitization. If they are not aware, people have to be aware. If they are oblivious, if they are not aware of what's happening, they won't key into it. But with this now, with this information now, we'll make it known through our various portals and our various information platforms that this is what Zenith Bank is doing. Key into it.
Thank you so much. Now, just to go the final round, both six of you, my panelists, just to sum it on, I'm going to start with the comptroller in charge of Lily Pond Export Terminal. We're talking about the AFCFTA and to broaden international trade. So what role will the customs be playing moving forward in the short to medium term?
Thank you. Custom has a responsibility, as I said earlier, to facilitate trade and also to collaborate with other agencies of government so that at least we will promote the business of trade. But let us be specific on the export. On the export business, we know by the time we domicile or implement our AFTA, it means goods, we have to do a lot of exports out of the country. We cannot be a country of import, import, and import. So the only thing customs will do is verify whether these goods emanate from Nigeria. That's the origin. That's the most important thing. We verify the rules of origin, through the rules of origin, whether these goods are really manufactured or are from Nigeria. That's the only thing, and we'll do that. At least we'll be able to promote that, and things will be okay.
Thank you so much. Mr. Bello Koko of MPA?
Yeah, just like him, Nigerian Post Authority's responsibility is that of trade facilitation. So in this case, what it means is for us to ensure the exports get out of the ports as quickly as possible, and we'll ensure that also documentation is done on time. Because you see, the exporters in particular, they have faced multiple challenges. One of it is either access to funds, access to finance, that is, or there is knowledge gap, or complicated and cumbersome documentation and procedures. Where NPA comes in this case is to improve documentation as it relates to port services. And we have done that. We have automated our systems. In the last event like this, we have talked about the deployment of the national single window, which we know is still being worked on. But the Ports Authority had gone ahead to consult with the International Maritime Organization to deploy a port community system. The port community system is for the maritime domain, where you have the terminal operators, the shipping lines, and everyone within the maritime industry. Now, if you are able to streamline and reduce documentation, make it less cumbersome, while Nigerian Customs is interested in the cargo that is coming in, the value of it, MPA is interested in the tonnage, but it's the same from M, it's the same consignee, the same port of discharge, and so on and so forth. When we do that, we believe that we are adding value in terms of the success of the AFTCA. We will also look at collaboration with other government agencies, because I realize that is very key. It has improved services. We offer services, we give services. And because of that collaboration, the Tinkham port that just came on has started receiving transshipment cargo. And so if we are able to improve on collaboration with sister and other agencies, I believe that it's in the interest of the country. We have the same very good relationship with Nigerian Export Processing Council also, and we have seen that it has yielded positive results.
Thank you so much. Let me ask Alhaji Deniji, what's your take on the Cocoa Board? Do you think it will be a game changer? How are you going to how should we leverage that?
Cocoa Board. Well, I've had this one for some time. Cocoa Board is not the problem. What are the roles that the Commodity Board is going to play is the issue. I am registered in Ivory Coast. I trade in Ivory Coast. I trade in 5 other West African countries, Guinea-Bissau, Cameroon, Senegal, Gambia. And I understand the intricacies of this Commodity Board. If the Commodity Board is to increase production, backward integration, quality assurance, projecting Nigerian commodities as very good, talking about packaging, collaborating with the Nigerian Export Promotion Council to promote trade, that would be wonderful. But if it is to trade like the one in the past, it is not likely to work. There's Cocoa Board in Ivory Coast, there's Cocoa Board in Ghana, yes. And those are the 2 most corrupt institutions in those countries. I'm sorry to say this because I participate and I understand what they do. It is difficult to trade in those countries. What they do, they just bring people from government who doesn't even know anything about the trade. They'll be there. They only collect extra code. Even in meetings, they don't do anything. And they will award, once you can pay, that's when you have the contract given to you. So if the government wants to stamp out corruption, at least not to take us back to 1985, they can have a Cocoa Board or Commodity Board that will do all those things I've listed earlier and remove trading those products from it. It's good likely to work.
I understand you perfectly. It's all in the news, what's happening in Ghana as far as the Cocoa Board is concerned.
They have $1.4 billion debt now.
Yes.
And it was due to corruption. Yeah. So I think what we need, collaboration we need more, is the commercial banks. They should try to invest part of their profits, maybe, into this backward integration. They can be sure we are going to pay back.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that. Let's go to the mining sector. Thank you so much, Alaji Adeniji. Okay, so let me ask Satya Gopal about the mining sector. What would you want to see change moving forward in the short to medium term?
Yeah, the few things that first of all that Zenith Bank has collaborated with the Act for that today what they've signed it, that will give you the one part of the documentation part, and one you can register your company and you can get all the certifications and everything. That is the one part we can get the benefits. Another one, from the bank side, we need a lot of things like suppose if you are going to start with the mining, there a lot of investment is required. And the investment, the interest, the bank, what we are providing, the normal bank, the commercial bank, what they're providing is the higher side. If you go through the bank to the Nexim Bank or other banks, you can get the near about 10% or something with the 4 billion naira, which is like peanut for the mining sectors. So we need the more support from the banks with the reducial interest rate. That is the first. Second one is faster response and more positive approvals for the exports. And the same time, we need the support from the NIPC, as Sir said that the incentives what they are providing through the EEG, that need to be fast track it. Not like that they have released don't take in the negative way, sir. Like 2017 to 2022 and we got it in the January this year only. So that need to be fast track and more attractive incentive to be added onto the exporter side. That will help the exporter or the companies who are manufacturing here or who are doing the minerals or who are doing the minerals and exporting and processing, even the cashew agri products. It will attract them to give them, to bring the more money to the country, invest here and get the more incentive from the government sectors or through the NIPC or something.
All right, thank you so much. You want more money from Zenith Bank? Okay, that's bottom line. Okay, Dr. Ebenezer is here to sign the check, and he's going to bring the money. The managing director at WACOT, give me your final shot on the sector on non-oil exports. What would you want to see happen in the near to medium term?
Right. The three imperatives which need to be taken up very seriously. I was talking about this in the last bankers retreat in December, the power of two. We're talking of forex earnings. We must also talk of savings in the domestic market. So that's what we've been doing. We've been investing in building value-adding processing units, and which generates employment, which creates eventually an ecosystem probably which funnels back to 100,000 farmers, because eventually they need to have that survival within a healthy ecosystem which can be sustainable in the event of a zero oil scenario. That is what eventually the platform is. And in that journey, we've been able to create value systems, say value chain systems which are of international quality, be it sesame, be it cotton, be it soybean derivatives, all of it. And these have been well accepted globally as long as you deliver quality. There is no compromise on that. Now, in terms of how do we reach that state? Now, there are various pathways. One is obviously the sustained pathway of processing, mechanization, industrialization of value addition in the market. Let's retain value within Nigeria and export something of a higher value to the global markets. That is one. However, that's why there's a bankers retreat, so the bankers would know better that the cost of operating, cost of doing business is humongous. So, as a result, what happens is, by the time you reach the international markets, your margins are squeezed out, and that is the biggest demotivating factor. However, that's all being compensated to a large extent by value addition, value creation, employment generation, all of that, and ecosystem creation within the domestic markets of Nigeria. And that's the way I see it. The cost of business also has to take part or participate hand in hand along with the value creation process.
Thank you very much.
Right.
Now, let me allow the final word from Dr. Ezra of the NEPC. The next panel will focus a lot more on the services sector, and I want you to just say this because you're not going to be on that panel, but I just want to have this 1 minute from you, what the fast moving forward next line of action is to support the services sector, keep them in shape, while we pull other sectors along as far as the non-oil international trade is concerned for Nigeria. Give me 1 minute on the services sector. My colleague Tolu will take it up from there.
Okay, thank you very much. I must confess that the services sector export in Nigeria is quite very low. This is due to so many other reasons. About 2 weeks ago, the Nigeria Export Promotion Council realized that we organized the first national conference on services, and we brought various operators and stakeholders together to discuss that issue, and we are working on implementing the communique that was issued after that national conference. Having said that, you know, services sector is a bit tricky because the people don't get the required finance in the service sector because service is intangible. It's unlike product. Product, you can see it, you can feel it, you can smell it. But somebody now taking up an idea or bringing up an idea to get the required finance for services, and he won't get it because nobody understands what he's talking about. But it's an area, and whether we like it or not, service sector is the next, is the main thing in trade, in international trade right now as we are going on. But I think there's need for us to pay more attention on the service sector and to, it should be more formalized because, like I said earlier on, right now, we don't have even the tributary, even in Nigeria Export Promotion Council, we don't even have the data on export of services. We don't have the actual data of export of services. And like I said, it's an area we all need to do. But it's actually a cash cow. It's a low-hanging fruit that once it is well-structured, yes, Nigeria will be better for it. And like we said earlier on, our target is that in the next 1 year, we should be able to hit at least $5 billion in services. And I know we can do it because we are talented and we have so many things our young men can do.
We need those data right now because with the smart AFCFTA of Zenith Bank, with the AFCFTA Secretariat, I'm sure that data is very, very important and we could actually put numbers to it. But we'll say thank you to Flutterwave, Iroko, Afim1 and others who are doing a whole lot well in entertainment and services in Nigeria. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for my panel. Just, okay, yes, just, okay, they should take a seat. Okay, Mr. Shegun wants to make a 1 minute intervention. Who has the microphone, please? Please come to the podium. Let's share this place together, shall we?
My question will be to the managing director of Walcott. Yeah, I think we met before. Yes. And it's just to ask him to tell the story of how we got to export for the first time organic sesame from Jigawa State. I think it's necessary for you to let the audience know that story. If you, yeah. Before you go, that's the question. But the comment is also that I can be prouder as a Nigerian being here today. I have a granddaughter now growing up, and I enjoy seeing her. They live in London. I enjoy seeing her, watching her video growing up. And I feel almost the same sentiment coming here today and seeing what we have been able to achieve with Zenith Bank. Zenith Bank, please, God bless you. Thank you very much for this. When the GMD put up his slides on the screen, and I was listening to him speak, I was like, this man is talking like the EDCO of NEPC. When a $1 billion bank is making a presentation like that and pushing non-oil exports, then I say, oh, wow, my work is done. Thank you very much. So over to you.
Not working. Okay. Thank you. So thank you for bringing up the topic. Organic or sustainable, both in various forms, are the differentiators which can eventually create value within the agri-commodity value chain. And whether it's processing or differentiated in terms of sustainability or sustainable cocoa or organic sesame or like we saw organic cashew as well. Now, having said that, to embark on that process, we have a 500-hectare farm, organic farm in Jigawa State in Gumel, in which the purpose of this project is twofold. One is obviously to create a differentiated product portfolio, not only for us, for ourselves as an organization, be it TGI or WACOT, but also as Nigeria, we are able to differentiate ourselves in the commodity trading platform, be in sesame. The second objective is to engage, like I said in my previous point, that we should be engaging ourselves in the domestic. Let's harness the domestic value, make it sustainable, and then go out to the international markets. Because without a sustainable domestic platform, we are not going to be a concrete, sustainable, long-term player in the agri-commodities, let's say, for example. For that matter, be it any field as well. Now, the purpose was to engage local communities, impart training to the farmers in various technologies, in various formats of seeds in plantations. Recently, of course, we also signed up understanding with BUK, Biro, and this is where we are able to synthesize and build from strength to strength a platform which will not only benefit, it's not about organizational benefit, it is a benefit for the local communities for generations, we hope, and we hope to commit to that. So it generates employment, it generates new farming technique, it is able to probably, we are hopeful that it will generate new kinds of seeds, because as we see, the yields of the crops of the plants are going down every day, every year. So do we see more and more hybrids, new varieties of seeds which can increase yields, because that is what eventually we need. And that is the legacy of Jigawa Farm at Gumel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the Managing Director of WACO. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for being my panelists today. Please, would you please rise for a group photograph very quickly?
Thank you.
Please, a round of applause for them. Thank you so much. Thank you. That's the first panel. Please wait for the group Managing Director, Dr. Ebenezer. So we move on very quickly. 3 months ago, at the annual meetings of the African Export-Import Bank, the Afrexim Bank launched a new subsidiary. It's called AfriNsure. Now, the idea by Afrexim Bank to float an insurance subsidiary was to take advantage of the premium that African companies pay when they insure the products going to other parts of the world. Now, Zenith Bank is also leveraging its insurance subsidiary as part of international trade that the bank is pursuing within Nigeria to the rest of the continent. So please, ladies and gentlemen, may we please take our seats as we invite, I have the privilege of inviting Mr. Jude Modelim, the Managing Director and CEO of Zenith General Insurance Company, to speak to us briefly on how to leverage insurance behind international trade for non-oil exports. Please, you have the floor. Please, let's put our hands together for Mr. Jude Modelim, the Managing Director and CEO of Zenith General Insurance Company. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I'm told I have just 5 minutes for this presentation. So I would like to seek your indulgence to stand on existing established protocol. Before I start, I would like to thank our big brother, Zenith. I'd like to thank our big brother, Zenith Bank PLC, ably led by Mr. Ebenezer, Dr. Ebenezer Rada, for giving us this privilege to make this presentation. Okay.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, please may we take our seats in the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please, we're still in session. May you please take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. There'll be enough room for interactions after this presentation and the panel that follows. Ladies and gentlemen, please, may we kindly take our seats in the auditorium. Please, may we please return to our seats, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, please, may you kindly return to your seats, please. We need to listen to these other key presentations. Thank you. Please, let's return to our seats momentarily. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Like I was saying, Zenith General Insurance Company was incorporated in 1970 by the name Piccadilly Insurance Company. Sometime in 2004, there was an acquisition by Zenith General of the company, and that gave rise to the parent company that we have today called Zenith General Insurance Company Limited, which is one of the most capitalized insurance company in Nigeria today. As at 2022, our shareholders' funds stood at 33.34 billion, with a total asset base of 51.4 billion. We are, with this capital and the reinsurance backing that we have, we are more than positioned to carry the risk of all exporters in Nigeria. Zenith General Insurance is a dynamic, customer-centric insurance company. Our focus is always on the customer, on how to serve the customer. And that is why we are always out there trying to come up with new products, new services. And this has actually informed the partnership that we are having today with our big brother, Zenith Bank, in the area of providing support for all would-be exporters. As we speak today, we have a marine platform that is in place to support all would-be exporters from Nigeria. We'll give them that. They don't need to bother again. You know, one of the problems that exporters have always had over the years has always been, like like the GMD did say, add value. Add value means investing more capital. The question now is, after investing so much, how are you sure that the goods you are taking out there to China, to Singapore for export will get there in one piece? And we are saying to you this evening or this afternoon that you don't need to worry about that. You don't need to worry about any of the perils. Should the vessel sink? We don't pray for that. Should there be fire? Should there be general average contribution? You don't need to worry because you have a big shoulder to rely on, which is Zenith General Insurance. We are there to provide you with insurance backing that you need for all your exports. And to make that very easy, we have come up with a platform, the Marine Insurance Platform, such that you can, with the click of the button, actually activate your insurance. You don't need to come to our office to have your insurance done for all your exports. This partnership has come to stay. This partnership is one which we know will help support trade. Having said that, we have a booth out there. So for all those who have further questions on how we can collaborate and have this in place, you can meet us, myself and my colleagues who are out there, for further information on how we can actually cement this relationship. Thank you so much.
Please, another round of applause. He's the MD and CEO of Zenith General Insurance Company, Mr. Jude Modilim. So we do have two more subsidiaries we want to get to. Please, I will crave your indulgence. Once again, let's settle down. We have just one more panel session. Let's settle down and be in our seats so that the panelists also get our attention and focus. Now I'd like us to hear from Mr. Emmanuel Ogwu. He is the head of emerging markets and exports for Zenith Bank UK. Mr. Emmanuel Ogwu, please, very briefly.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Very quickly, I will be presenting our export initiatives for Zenith Bank PLC customers. Can we have the slides? Yeah. Zenith Bank UK is licensed by the Prudential Regulatory Authority in the UK, also regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority. We are a fully licensed bank by the UK regulatory authorities to do business of banking. By way of introduction, we do three major categories of business. We do cross-border trade solutions, and then we do corporate and investment and treasury banking. And then we also do wealth management for high net worth individuals. Let me go straight into the crux of the matter for today, exports. In the next 2-3 minutes, I will share our export solution to Zenith Bank UK, Zenith Bank PLC customers. So what we do basically, it's a product designed for export customers of Zenith Bank PLC who do LCs and bills for collections. To qualify for the product that we have, you must open an NXP. Your off-takers must establish an LC in your favor, deferred payment LCs, and bills. And if your bank has agreed to avalize those bills, we can talk business. Can we have the next slide? So these are products essentially to release funds, otherwise tied in to release working capital funds, otherwise, tied up in receivables. We're able to release your funds way before your off-takers pay for them. And what this can do for you is that you may call it post-shipment finance, but when a post-shipment is discounted, it becomes pre-shipment for your next consignment, right? The product also supports transactions from credible customers of Zenith Bank PLC with capacity and performance in dealing with all their NXPs that they have opened through the banks. I will not bore you with this. This is how it works. I said initially that to qualify for this, your export must be done via an LC or via bills. So we do not support customers who do on open accounts. To qualify for this, we're encouraging exporters of Zenith Bank PLC to route your exports through Zenith Bank through an LC or bills for collection. Typically, the deferred payment LCs are assigned to Zenith Bank UK, and we are able to discount up to 85% of your invoice. Up to 85% for a maximum of 90 days. Let us talk business. Talk to us, and I can see you're watching clearly. Let us talk. We are open for business in Zenith Bank UK to support exporters, to support the mandate of the group and the topical issue of the group to do exports. And we thought as Zenith Bank UK, we understand exports in Nigeria, we understand the Nigerian banking system, we understand how export works. We are also able to support you to repatriate your funds within the regulatory period of 180 days. So let us talk. Finally, you can have the contact of who to speak to. Next slide, please. The contact of who to speak to in the event that you want to talk to us. I will personally be at the Zenith UK stand downstairs to take further inquiries and questions. Thank you very much.
And finally, we'll hear now from the head of international trade for Zenith Bank Ghana, Mr. Godwin Odio. Please, a round of applause for him of the day.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Good afternoon, distinguished invited guests, all protocols observed. Zenith Bank Ghana is a subsidiary of Zenith Bank PLC, and we are one of the top commercial banks in Ghana, focused on the provision of prompt, flawless, and innovative banking services. As a subsidiary, we also provide the services that is provided by Zenith PLC. Now, some of our services offerings, not limited to, include corporate banking, international banking, and investment banking. We, as a trade services department also, our services range from letters of credit, bills for collection, open account payments, and recently we have successfully onboarded on the PASS payment platform. And I must say that currently, it's unfortunate the Secretary General is not here. When he was speaking, he said Ghana Commercial Bank, but currently we are the most active bank on the payments of the PASS platform. And that is also a testament to our commitment to what the group MD CEO said. He said, Africans must possess Africa. And our onboarding, our activeness on the platform is a testament of our belief that Africans are able to provide solutions to the problems of Africa. And that is why we are very active on that platform. We see unique opportunities for participants of this platform in the areas of agri fertilizer. Currently, Ghana imports about $150 million annually of fertilizer, largely from Russia and Ukraine, Russia and Norway. But with what is happening in Russia now, we see an opportunity for Nigeria exporters of fertilizer to take advantage and see how we'll be able to fill in that gap. I wouldn't bore you with the awards we have won all the time. Yeah, so I'll move. We use this opportunity to invite you to our stand. Come and let's share opportunities that are available, and the established, well-trained trade expert team from Ghana will share very ideas with you. Those who are established exporters, aspiring entrepreneurs, and investors who want to invest in Ghana. We want to thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Godwin Odio. Thank you. All right, so we're moving straight into our next panel, but before we can do that, there is a paper presentation which will help lay the foundation and the framework for the conversation that we'll have immediately afterwards. So I'd like to call up the CEO, that's the Chief Executive Officer of Flutterwave, one of Nigeria's prime examples of a services industry player there, and of course that's Mr. Olugbenga Agbola, OON. Please let's clap for him as he makes his way to the stage for his presentation. Afterwards, we'll be focusing on harnessing the opportunities in service export.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very grateful to be here today at the invite of Dr. Onyago, CEO of Zenith Bank, and of course the executive management team of the bank as well. So I will be speaking very briefly regarding the non-oil sector, and also how this can form a big piece of our growth in Nigeria today, and as we are scaling across that as well in the country. So moving quickly to how do we harness opportunities in the oil sector in Nigeria? I think for us in the service part of the economy, a big piece obviously is the support of the regulator, the central bank, and obviously banks like Zenith Bank, who are constantly partnering with stakeholders in the ecosystem like startups, big enterprises in the country, and obviously the NEPC as well. The key highlight of NEPC has been basically, the growth is growing compared to the previous year. There's a 40% growth year on year on non-oil revenue in Nigeria today, based on the export value being created. And the opportunity it keeps scaling and growing because of the value you see across board. A major highlight I want to point out here is the music streaming sector, for example, where compared to the last 5 years, there's been almost a 700% increment in streaming volumes in Africa, right, from Nigeria alone, right? We've seen the income by Afrobeat, for example, in Nigeria, right, arguably over $2 billion in value, by artists streamed all over the Afrobeat sector. That said, Nollywood revenues is also massive. The opportunity is there. We have some of the pioneers in the room, like Jason, who have built infrastructure that is powering Nollywood, being out there in the world today, and that's a major piece of non-oil export that we can build on in the country today. And obviously remittances, which is playing a massive role. As Nigerians are leaving the country, they're exporting their talent, which obviously is creating value as well for everybody else who require remittances into the country. Obviously, the guys on the screen, you know who they are. These are the pioneers driving some of these things. And the value here is there's so much potential in Nigeria today in a non-oil service industry that is designed around creating massive service exports for the economy, right? From Afrobeat, like I said earlier, Nollywood to software engineering, digital marketplaces. The opportunity is massive and is there. And obviously, that can also be built around. But how do we do more of this in this space? One big piece would be reforms in regulatory commitment. For example, there was recently a Nigeria-Egypt fintech bridge that was signed by CBN a couple of weeks ago, which obviously created a direct line between Nigeria and Egypt, right? That would naturally drive trade between those two countries because of the central bank agreement that has been signed. Obviously, the private sector remains a key stakeholder here as well in trying to grow and scale and train folks who can enter their talent to the rest of the world. And when it comes to partnerships, right, I think Nigeria is very lucky. We have technology infrastructure in Nigeria that is, in my opinion, way more than the rest of the world combined together, right? Key players you can see in the economy right now, from Flutterwave to InterSwitch to Paystack to Coda to Piggyvest, Andela. These guys have built amazing businesses in Nigeria today that are built solely on non-oil technology, non-oil services. And the goal here is how do you export and build technology that can be paid for, outside the country. As you know, Andela has basically been scaling. Andela is now a skills infrastructure platform where you can live in Lagos, Nigeria, and get a job in London, and you can live here and do that work because obviously you are selling digital talents, right? The export of that is massive, and I think that's a major opportunity for us to invest in as a country as we scale our human capital as well. There will be obstacles, obviously. There are things that we have to do to be able to scale that. One big piece is public and private partnerships. Meetings like this are very important to ensuring that there is the right handshake across board to make things to work. The other piece is we must ensure that regulation is powering and enabling innovation in the non-oil sector. It's very service-driven, very tech-driven. That said, it requires a lot of support to actually make it work, right? Last piece is commitment from all stakeholders, bringing this to life when it comes to policies, execution, infrastructure. These things cannot be reality if we don't actually come together and make it work. Meetings like this actually are a forum to enable this as well in the seminar. Thank you so much. Now to the panel.
All right, thank you so much. Please, Benga, go ahead and have a seat. You are joining my panel, of course. Let me call up the other panelists as we start wrapping things down and winding down today's event. Also joining him, I have Mr. Jason Njoko. He's the CEO of Iroko TV. Please, a round of applause for him. Coming to the stage is also Mimi Bartel. She's the General Manager, Film One Entertainment. Please, a round of applause for her. I know it's in the afternoon. Please, let's also encourage those who have stayed behind and also will be participating today. Mr. Akim Lawal is the Divisional CEO of InterSwitch Group. He's also going to be on the panel. Please, a round of applause for him. And last but definitely not least, representing Dr. Naji Ozemena, Director, Trade and Exchange for Department of the CBN, I have Mrs. Chika Nwagu. She's the Deputy Director, CBN. Please, a round of applause for her. Please, let's encourage the panelists. I know it's been a bit of a day today, but we will wrap up on a very high note. So please, let's focus, let's settle down and have this final conversation. Thank you so much for your time and attention today, and also your patience as well. I want to start off where we had Dr. Yukasak finish in terms of his last contribution on the final panel. And he spoke about the service exports industry as something that needs more attention. It should also be formalized. It's a cash cow, and it's also a low-hanging fruit. Jason, I'm going to start with you. When you look at the entertainment industry, the fintech industry, the service sector overall in Nigeria, there's been a lot of neglect. And it seems to now be getting attention because the potential is really showing. And some would say that might be despite or in spite of government. So as we look at this need to formalize, to bring some form of formality to it so that we can grow the potential, do you have any concerns about that?
So I wouldn't say I have concerns. I think one of the most amazing things about Nigeria and Nigerians are in the absence of somebody to help them, they'll help themselves. And one thing that young Nigerians have is a lot of energy, a lot of passion, and a lot of people around them who support them to grow. And I think what's also really amazing is once someone proves their worth, then sponsors, investors, money essentially comes to them. So it's not really something where you even need people. Once you've built something of value, people will definitely find you. And I think, there's been lots of talks about tangibles versus intangibles. I know my relationship with Zenith Bank has been a long-lasting one, and there was a stage where we struggled with that tangible to intangible. But in the end, with Zenith Bank support, we were able to get a Bank of Industry loan. That helped us launch multiple channels across DSTV and GoTV and in French-speaking Africa and Europe. Without that money, without BOI, we wouldn't have been able to do that. But once we were able to show that we can pay the money back, and we paid it back in like 13 months or so, we know we had the support of banks which showed that track record. So I think with entertainment, whatever happens in Lagos is amplified all around the world. our musicians get big, our movie stars get big in Nigeria, in Lagos, in Port Harcourt, in Abuja. But where they're really making their money, it's essentially in Europe, in the US. In fact, it's hard pressed to even get a Nigerian musician to come and do a show in Lagos when they're doing 80,000 person stadiums in Madison Square Garden in London. So I think things take a long time, and that's like a decade worth of like work, right? You know, me and GB before we were speaking outside that, you know, can you imagine being like D'banj? D'banj was massive. I would say arguably bigger than anybody in terms of popularity 10 years ago, but he wasn't seeing today's money. Mm-hmm. But he helped support it, built the infrastructure where somebody becomes popular in a year and can, you know, charge $250,000 a show and do 100 shows a year, right? So I think there always has to be that understanding that it takes time. These things don't just appear. That lots of people are putting lots of effort in. And, you know, I think over time, I'm 100% bullish. In fact, I'm 1,000% bullish on entertainment as being like a really big contributor. I think the big challenge is whether that money comes back to Nigeria.
And we'll talk about that, repatriating and remitting that money in terms of where it comes from. But Mimi, let me come to you because let's stay a bit with this entertainment side of things. In terms of movies and music, we've seen the boom. Nobody can ignore what Nigerian movies can do, whether it's on Netflix. Funke Akindele, she set records earlier this year with premiering a Nigerian movie in the US as well. So we are well established. Our entertainment industry is ingrained now globally. But beyond that, in terms of optimizing the opportunities in this particular space, as someone who's in that space, who's looking to put movies, whether here or abroad, what do we need to do?
What do we need? I mean, first of all, thank you, Zenith, for organizing this. It's a conversation that needs to be had, and we don't have it enough. To be honest, when I was looking at all the presentations, and we're talking about non-oil exports, I kept hoping to see film, like, as one of the numbers. I'll give a case study. So, first of all, I just want to say that we need to take the creative industry very seriously. I don't think as Nigerians, we are taking the creative industry seriously. So I'll give an example with South Korea. South Korea was always a country that people always immediately identified it with war. But they worked very hard to establish themselves through the creative industry. Now, using Netflix, for example, South Korea now ultimately have some of the largest exports in content. Why? They eased on their censorship and private companies invested in them. Now, Netflix is, I believe, investing about $2.5 billion in this industry. India, as well, is going to get $200 million in this industry. And then Netflix released a report for Sub-Saharan Africa. And South Africa gets $125 million invested over, this is over a course of like 3 to 5 years. Mm-hmm. Nigeria is $23 million in comparison to all these countries. But then, we're always very proud to say that Nollywood is number 2 biggest industry. Now, what do we need to do to get there? I noticed that the hall got very quiet when I started talking about these numbers. But I think, especially even with the banks as well, because to be honest, we are where we are today because Bank of Industry did help in terms of investing, or rather loaning us the money for Film House Cinemas. I do need to correct, I am the GM for Film One Studios. So my main focus is producing content. I was in distribution. There's a GM of Film One Entertainment. Now, in terms of the banking sector, I tend to be a bit controversial, so I'll try and calm myself as I'm talking. There needs to be service desks focused on the creative industry just in banks. Because I understand that CBN does have initiatives, and there are initiatives for the creative industry. But every time I meet a banker and they want to talk to me about this, they always immediately confess and say, I don't know about your industry. Mm. And I find it very interesting because there's so much content out there. There's so much data, because I'm driven by data. As much as I'm a creative, everything I produce, everything that we have in cinemas is driven by data. Now, another thing that we need to do to make sure we are on top and maximize these opportunities is even NCC, just even working with the telcos in order to prevent file sharing where possible. To be honest, a lot of these things are really government-led, but I won't touch on that. Training, we genuinely need training. Countries like South Africa, they really do focus a lot on their film industry. They have film incentives, so there's constantly a skills gap that is being closed.
That's being bridged, yeah.
Because, thank you. I just got back from a training myself last week. So my eyes are quite opened, to be honest. That's why I'm probably talking like this. We need to tighten our copyright laws as well. It exists, but it's not punishable.
It's not robust.
It's just not enough. It really genuinely can be better.
So Mimi, let me stop you there because we'll get into the regulatory issues. And she talks about South Korea. And I remember I read up on it, and they actually created a ministry and a very tangible 10, 15-year plan for this K-pop. I don't know how many of you have young kids, if you know about the K-pop revolution, but it didn't happen by chance. It was ministry, funding, taking these young kids and putting them into camp, teaching them to sing and dance, and now they literally can dominate from wherever they are. So that's the intentionality I think many people are expecting, and you mentioned, of course, taking the creative industry seriously. Mrs. Chika, I'll come to you now because she did mention desk, service desk, CBN. We're getting into that regulatory and financial conversation around that. But when we look at the incentives or the regimes or the programs that someone like an institution like the Central Bank of Nigeria should have when it comes to the service export sector, can you tell us what's being contemplated, what's being thought of, what the line of conversation and the direction of thoughts and action is going to be, especially when we look at the RT 200 rebates removal, which is meant to help stimulate non-oil sector growth, particularly like the creative industry?
Thank you very much. Zenith Bank, thank you for this program. It's an enlightenment program. And I'm so happy the creative industry, members of the creative industry, they are here. The central bank has an initiative we call the Creative Industry Financing Initiative, which is there for the banks, for them to lend to the creative industry. It's going to help those doing film, the ICT, production and distribution. This creative industry initiative is already, it has gone live and it has been, so it's for the banks, because any initiative we do in central bank, we do it, the authorized dealer banks are the participating banks, and they are the ones to issue these loans to the would-be partners. So they are supposed to, I think like what my co-panelist just said, there is need for that education and that interaction. The service industry is huge. And like I was speaking to her earlier, there is need for them to also sell themselves. They should gather themselves as a union, as it were, and come out as a force and, tell people what they are doing. Like the MD said that if you don't sing your praise, nobody will sing it for you. So they need to come out and really tell others, educate the banks what they need to do to understand the industry. And I know in most banks, they have export desks. So the export desks of these banks need to study the creative industry, know how they can assist them, and in assisting them, they will be able to grow this huge industry.
So I think there's a bit of a gap in terms of the publicity for the creative industry to understand that this is a product that sits with the banks, that is initiated by the CBN, and it's ready and willing and ready for them to take advantage of. Okay, so Mr. Akim Lawal, let me come to you. When we talk about regulation and formalizing, I think at the end of the day, it's because people see money And we all like money. Everybody's very excited about the financial and economic potential of this particular industry. So we know that, of course, the federal government and the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, they want to reposition the service sector, and they're looking at about $5 billion, $5 billion US dollars by 2024. That's just next year. I think I would even ask, do you think we can get that much from this industry in the next few months, as it may be? But beyond that, what reforms are necessary to make this a reality, to make this something that is not just a projection, but it's something that at the end of 2024 into 2025, they can say is a success?
Thank you so much for the question. The answer is yes, probably even much more. And I'll paint a picture so that you understand what I'm saying. If you were to ask any Nigerian, what are the 2, 3, 4 things in the country today that make you proud, right? They will probably mention the creative industry, and then they'll probably mention technology, fintech, right? In whatever it is. And it's because of the kind of impact that those sectors are having, the kind of investment that has gone in, the kind of impact that it's creating in terms of creating jobs, creating opportunities, and allowing us to project Nigeria globally in the best possible light, right? Now, those are the services that I think as Nigerians we can export, right? We've talked a lot about the creative industry, but we are, as Nigerians, we're exporting technology. We've been exporting software for years. Today, we're exporting payments technology to other countries between Flutterwave, InterSwitch, and a number of the other players in the industry. We even have a domestic scheme that is being exported across Africa. I mean, 16 or 17 countries now are using the technology that was generated out of Nigeria, right? And that is what it is. Now, again, putting that in a little bit of context, the NEPC presented that there is $6.1 trillion worth of services exports globally. 14% of that is technology. Right, driven by countries like China, US, India, and we're so proud to associate with them. But in Nigeria, we are creating some of those technologies, and it's really possible to take it out and benefit from that. Right, so that's the picture. How can government help? There are a few things, and I think probably number one on my list is the collaboration with the private sector. Right, the more we talk about the non-oil exports, and we kind of break it down into services, you find that the knowledge around how to even understand how that works, right? It's lacking, right? What are the nuts and bolts and how can it be measured or managed is lacking. So the level of engagement has to improve. And I'm really glad that Zenith has done this, but I would even go further to say that Zenith Bank, please can you do a special forum just for services. Just for services. It is big enough and future impactful enough for us to consider that. So that's number one. And that collaboration will immediately solve problems like technology. It will solve problems like training and capacity development. It will solve problems around innovation, skills development, and even the support for the smaller businesses. You have small businesses that are trying to export. They can't do that without technology. They can't compete globally. So that's the first one. The second I will probably focus on will really be, how do you protect intellectual property? We cannot export technology if we cannot protect our intellectual property, right? Are the laws strong enough? Are the processes for redress strong enough? Can we make that such that if you build something as a Nigerian, it is protected not only here, but across the world? Yeah. And that applies to creative industry, but it also applies to technology. And I'll just add one more. And this is probably the one that is going to have the most impact, is how can we promote investment? Right? There are a number of policies that the tech space faces, and I think all the services industries, that kind of takes us 2 steps forward and then maybe 3, 4, 5 steps back, right? Consistency, stability of government policies is one of the biggest factors that investors look at when they're thinking about should we invest to help grow. Imagine, right, and I like the comment my colleague made, imagine if we had put $100 million or even $1 billion into the creative sector. right? Imagine if we could get that kind of investment into the technology sector. The growth that we're seeing will be stupendously above what we're even imagining to do. $5 million or $5 billion, I think it's small.
Chicken change.
I think it's small.
All right, so we'll see what happens in the next year or two and see if your prediction of more than 5 billion comes to be. Jason, I want to piggyback off what Mr. Lawal was talking about just now in terms of that projection and all, but it's even more interesting for me because you mentioned you were getting to the parts of repatriation, of bringing that money back into the industry, back into the economy. What do we do to encourage Nigerian creatives, Nigerian filmmakers, anyone who is part of the service sector, particularly in terms of encouraging them or incentivizing them to bring that money back into the Nigerian economy, bring that foreign exchange back here, invest it here, turn them into the investor that Akim is talking about?
Yeah, so I think firstly, when you speak to Nigerians in the West, they don't really want to be in the West. They genuinely don't want to be there. Like, I think, from my experience anyway, people are almost forced to go there to reach their potential. Most Nigerians, that's why whatever happens, they must come back to Nigeria once or twice a year to flex, to show themselves. In fact, they will hustle in the cold where the sun doesn't shine. They'll come back and they'll enjoy it in Nigeria. So even with our musicians, our movie stars, etc., they make the money outside, but you can't really enjoy the money the same way you enjoy it in Nigeria. I think that's first thing. I think the second biggest thing actually is, if you go back 10 years, there was no real community of Nigerian engineers. If there was, they were concentrated in banks and they were very small. Andelas came along, startups came along, started really training, encouraging young people to become engineers, not because they dreamt of becoming engineers their entire life. The moment they realized that there's actually money, someone will actually pay you real money to go and sit in your room or to go and learn some new trade, people rushed into it. I think, I'm going to give you my example of like looking at animation in Asia, which is what I've been doing for the last year or so. So in January, I went to Vietnam and Malaysia. I was supposed to go to Philippines, South Korea, just to understand animation. If you look at the entertainment industry right now, the #1 content watched on YouTube, which is the biggest platform in the world, is animation. If you look at Netflix, the vast majority of what's coming out of Southeast Asia is like manga, anime. Forget the actual K-pop stuff. Much, much bigger is what 13, 14, 15-year-olds are watching in terms of anime. If you look at what Disney is doing in terms of just, you know, Barbie is a 60-year-old brand. It's done $1 billion. Super Mario was released, what, first 1983? This did $1 billion at the box office. So Little Mermaid came out in 1989. It's done $1 billion at the box office. So, you know, no matter how much you love a Funke Akindele movie, you're not going to wear the T-shirt, you're not going to wear the hat, you're not going to carry around the lunchbox. Whereas young kids, that's what they do.
Yeah.
So one area that I think black people have largely failed at has actually been animation. We're the youngest population on the earth. We're really creating lots of people very, very fast. But if you look at how most people actually raise their kids, it's essentially from European kids' content. I've got a UK accent, my wife has a Nigerian accent, my kids have American accents. My kids have never been to America. Why do they have American accents? Not from school, because they go to a school in West Africa. They have American accents because they're watching YouTube, Disney Junior, Nick Jr., etc. Yeah. So my view is that, well, I now want to start creating black kids animation. I went to LA, I went to Canada, I went to South Africa. Everything pointed me to go to like Southeast Asia. Why Southeast Asia? $50 billion a year of servicing for animation content. Anything you see on Disney, Nick Jr., in the cinemas, it's coming from people producing it there. Not creating the IP, but they're producing, doing the actual nitty-gritty work. So I went to Vietnam, saw 100 people in a room, half the size of this, quietly working, young people, under the age of 30, working, doing animation. I went to Malaysia. They have something called MDEC, which is the Malaysian Digital Economy Corporation. They introduced me to like everybody I needed to introduce me to. So I was sending out emails, people weren't responding to me. The lady, when she met me, she said, you know what, like, who do you want to talk to? In front of me, she'll get them on the phone, you must meet this guy, he's here, he wants to buy some he wants to sort of do some servicing in Malaysia, get it done. I did a tour. When the prices weren't good enough, she followed up. Okay, they're not giving you the price, but I've got some new guys for you. She now sent me like another 10 people. She now said, look, well, we have this special thing where if you do a project for more than $1.6 million, you get a 30% rebate. I said, I don't have that kind of budget in mind. She said, okay, no problem. Maybe you pool 2 or 3 projects together, there's a way we'll structure the application, you can still get that rebate. She said, you want to go to Philippines, don't go to Philippines. Malaysia, got it. You want to go to South Korea, don't go to South Korea. Malaysia can do it. There were over 200 studios, like between 500 and 200 or 300 people who are producing animation services for the big global companies. That money is coming into Malaysia. It's coming into Vietnam because the people are there. So there were tens of engineers who are comfortably working in Nigeria who are bringing local currencies in. So I think we need to focus more on the ability of our young people, which is, I've got a long-term bet on Nigerian talent, one. Two is that, again, like, we need to feed into the fact that most people don't actually want to leave.
They don't want
like,
to jackpot.
they don't want to. It's cold, it's horrible. Like, they don't know how to enjoy themselves. Like, I don't know, man. Like, anyone who's spent time in Europe, it sucks. I grew up in Europe. I could never live there again. It sucks.
I'm not sure everybody heard you.
So, like, but you know, like, most, even look at most older people as well. My mum, her biggest asset in this life is in Owerri. All the work she's done in her life for NHS is not in a house in the UK. It's in a house in Owerri because that's where she's going to spend her days. The more and more people I speak to of the 60s plus who are thinking of retirement, they're not thinking of retiring in London in one small flat. They're thinking of coming home.
Yeah.
So if you can stop people from leaving in the first place by giving them the opportunities and creating an environment, young people can get around anything. As long as they're making their money, they'll be okay.
Mm-hmm. All right. So, Olukwenga, I saw you nodding your head with some of the things Jason was saying. And I think we can be honest with ourselves. I can agree with him. It's not a life. I think many, let's say this on a side note, many of us are not prepared for what the realities are when you live abroad, especially by yourself, which is what's happening to many of our young people, and the disconnect with families, friends. It's a massive culture shock for many people when it happens. But Olukwenga, let me come to you. You were nodding your head, especially when he's talking about some of the reforms, and you mentioned reforms when you were doing your presentation. I want you to go a bit deeper into that because those reforms have to be targeted. If one thing we're very good at in Nigeria around the continent is pretty documents, pretty policies, pretty initiatives, almost zero or difficult implementation that doesn't get us the end results we're looking for. So in terms of targeted reforms, you listed 3. Just go through those 3 again, just giving some specifics as to how you think they will help the industry.
So I believe very strongly that there has to be deliberate government intervention for creatives in Nigeria. Obviously, the talent is there, the opportunity is there, but there's not enough access to capital for them to be able to do what they want to do at scale, right? And it's only, there's a level of government backing that's required to scale that. And if that doesn't happen, before you can even bring external investors, that would be very hard, right? So I think one big one is just massive access to capital, right? If that can be done at scale, that will create a lot of value for that sector. That's the biggest one to unlock value, in my opinion. The rest will come when the industry is growing and developing. But the biggest thing we need to do right now is access to capital for the creatives. If that is done at scale, that will transform the sector very quickly.
Very quickly. At scale, Mrs. Chika, I'm coming back to you because it's IT, it's entertainment, it's content creators, it's fintech, it's so much. And we see the absolutely phenomenal and significant growth. What steps is the CBN now taking to formalize the service exports in terms of also attracting Forex and foreign exchange inflows? That's a massive conversation for all of us.
Yes. The CBN, we automated the trade forms through the trade monitoring system, and we have the NXPs. Now, before you do any export in Nigeria, you must fill the NXP forms. And in designing that, we created, because we saw the huge gap and potentials of service sector. So our NXP, which we have deployed, we have created the form for services. So we are thinking ahead, and we are discussing with NEPC and other stakeholders, because you need, what is holding it back is the legislation and then all the policies around service export. So once all those things are in place, then any service that is done has to be captured, and when it is captured, it will follow the value chain through the banks and all that. And we hope by then the banks will understand the service sector properly and they will be able to support them. And so we won't have, because I know right now that even in the service industry, that some of them have been shortchanged because it's not being captured. So once it's captured online and all the necessary forms are filled, you have your, you open your necessary LCs and all that, you will be able to even get much more into this thing.
Thank you. Mimi, I feel like sort of the wheels in your head are turning a little bit with what you're hearing from her, because also it's a lot of work, and I've heard regulatory reform is also part of the conversation here, so I'm coming back to you with reform as well. When it comes to the movie industry, so what reforms do you think the movie industry itself needs to carry out to be more structured, to be able to access the funds that Mrs. Chika is talking about, to be ready for what's coming or what already is here in terms of the potential and actualizing that potential for the service industry?
Honestly, the biggest thing is education. Creatives have not accepted, and this is important, they have not accepted that they do not know how to manage funds, access funds, even handle these funds. We have distribution companies, and I honestly feel like the banks could work very closely with distribution companies, even to solve issues like domiciliation issues within the banks. Because think about it, just tiny case study. In terms of box office, last year, 6.9 billion naira was generated in the Nigerian box office. About 215 films were released in cinema. I can't even begin to discuss what was released outside cinema. The cinemas have grown from like 29 cinemas in 2016 to about 75 cinemas now. 6 are non-DCI compliant, but that's technology I can't begin to start explaining here. So my point is that if all these things are growing and all these things are happening, and there's 6.9 billion in box office alone, and these 215 films are most likely going to be picked up by Netflix or Amazon or something. That means that, and this is maybe an average of how many $1,000 is, I almost slipped up there and mentioned the amount, sorry. Licensing fees. The thousands of dollars that are coming back to Nigeria. So there's clearly enough data with these distribution companies. And Film One is not the only one, there are about 7. There's clearly enough data that the banks can actually access. And Film One actually yearly releases a yearbook that stipulates all the statistics and all the numbers and all these things. If you work with distribution companies, I'm sure that there is a product, because every time I see it, I see banking products that are centered around maybe education or paying children's fees or And I'm always waiting for that day, like when is it going to be a product that is dedicated? I know there's a small business and all, but what about that creative industry? There are so many funds now, and to be honest, what my colleague just mentioned now in terms of $1 million being dedicated to the technology industry, I'm in a position where we created the first West African Film Fund, and this was with China and South Africa, and we did generate $1 million to generate films. And these films are still making us money till this day. I believe this was in 2020, 2021. Honestly, I can't remember now. It's been so long to me. So my point is that there's enough data, there's enough ways to, because my OPEX, I classify my assets. My assets depreciate, there's an amortization that goes on. So there's clearly something that we're doing that can help us quantify our library. So I just always wonder, why can't that next step be taken of, and this is information that we're willing to give out. We just need, a partner or a banker. And let me just correct.
I think you found a banker, right?
That's what I was going to say. That's what I was trying to plug
sure
it.
There's a problem with that right now.
I was trying to plug it in there, in terms of because I was going to say that I've never actually had that conversation in terms of a banking company come to me and say, I don't understand the creative industry, so that's why I don't know how to access these loans, So the point is that there needs to be more agencies that even assess the industry in terms of barriers to entry or what even classifies. And I do agree with what Ms. Chika said in terms of us coming together. I told her earlier that nobody is at fault and we are all at fault at the same time. Because everybody is here and everybody is there, and we're just hoping for the best. As we say in Nigeria, God will do it. There's nothing God cannot do that does not exist. Everything God is inside, last. So the question is, or rather the conversations that we should be having is how to come together and collaborate more. Just my final point, I will not lie, and this is not a shameless plug of Flutterwave just because it's sitting beside me, but I thrive on collaboration.
Yeah.
And I'm able to work with multiple companies because of platforms like Flutterwave, because now there's transparency between all the partners. So thank you. It has really made my life, easier. So my point is that there's even data there. There's so many points of data. It's just more of let's actually actively work to do this together. That's the only way I say we can solve these things.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. We can go ahead with that. All right, Mr. Lawa, I'm coming back to you. Regional CEO of InterSwitch, and sometimes when we come to this creative or service sector, service exports, we don't always, the focus, yes, is on fintech and a lot of entertainment and the creative industry, but the kind of work that InterSwitch does, it's a pivotal part of making all of this very successful. So in terms of payment switching companies, assisting and even supporting Nigerians to penetrate the African market, the global market, even facilitating smooth payments. We know, of course, about the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, and of course the platform that was launched to integrate payments across the continent. What responsibility or what role do you think companies such as your own play in all of this as well?
Okay. Thank you very much for that question. I was hoping you would ask me that question. I think I'll break it into 3 buckets, right? The first really is you cannot participate in digital exports or digital industry if you're not digitized, right? And that is whether you're a bank, financial institution, or whether you're a government agency like customs or the central bank, right? So it's crucial that there is a digitization across the ecosystem, right? Otherwise, you can't even understand what's going on, right? There are technology companies, Switches being one of them, that can help in that digitization journey. Whether it's a custom service looking for integration to their partners, or whether it's the banks looking for integration to their merchants and their customers, right? So that's probably the first bucket. The second bucket is the services that payments and switching companies provide. And this is now looking outside of Nigeria, right? Especially for SMEs. How do you create platforms that allow your SMEs who are producing goods for export to be able to make those exports available outside and receive payments for them, right? How do you make the flow of value for digital products seamless, right? And the payments for those products seamless as well. Again, technology switching payment companies can help. But I think probably the most significant impact that payments companies and switches can make is where we then bring innovation into solving some of the biggest problems that are preventing us from being able to trade between ourselves on the continent, right? And a number of them were already spoken to today in the earlier sessions. The first one is obviously, how do you make payments? I find it extremely frustrating that if I want to send money to Ghana, I first have to let it go to either New York or London before it can get there. I don't understand why we'd have to do that. The second is that, and I think His Excellency, the Secretary General of AFSA talked about it, is why do we need a foreign currency in between? Right? And then they will tell us that our currencies are not convertible, therefore they cannot trade them. Why? Right? And why can't those payments be instant? In Nigeria, we've built the payment system that is probably the most digitally advanced in the world. And I can say that with confidence, in the world. The instant payments that we offer here has been on since 2011. The US is just building their instant payments infrastructure, right? Now, if you put those three problems together and you think about what PAPS is doing, you realize that we need to create an ecosystem to build on top of the infrastructure or the platform that PAPS is creating, right? And as InterSwitch, one of the things that we're looking to launch within the next few weeks is really a platform that solves those problems, that creates an opportunity for you as a business to be able to trade with other African countries in local currencies so that you don't have to exchange for dollars, right? On the one hand. Two, the banks themselves do not have to go and look for foreign currency to settle your trades, because they can take advantage of treasury positions that they have in foreign currencies and exchange that in a digital platform that allows the direct trading of African currencies, right? Second. And then the third, if you're a business or a corporate and you're trying to make payments, or even if you're a Pan-African entity, right, and you also have treasury problems, you need to be able to solve that. You can trade on this platform as well. One of the big challenges that PAPS is having today is liquidity, right? How do you create liquidity? It's because they are dependent on central banks to provide all of the foreign currency needed to do the trade. What if we could create an ecosystem where both financial institutions that are cross-border in nature or the businesses that are also cross-border in nature provides liquidity for the trade of African currencies to support the Pan-African trade? That's absolutely one of the game changers I think will come in within the next few months.
All right, thank you so much for that. Olubenga, my final question before we all wrap up here to you, and it just piggybacks off of what Mr. Akim was talking about in terms of the payment switching companies. Now, in terms of the support for small-scale exporters, in terms of them having an opportunity to play with this bigger market, play with the big boys, penetrate the global markets, what do you think needs to be done? So the support and assistance that you can give to small service exporters to also penetrate the global market off the back of the payment switching companies.
Yeah, so I think that today, like what Akim also said, platforms like InterSwitch and FlutterWave that are designed by nature to help SMBs, to be able to scale when it comes to payment processing for even cross-border and domestic, they are available today, right? I think, and even with Zenith Bank, which is one of the biggest fintech partners in Nigeria, you see that the infra is there to support SMBs to be able to scale. It's just how would they access the platform, right? Are they even aware it exists today? I think a lot more needs to be done around awareness and let people be aware this infrastructure exists and it can work as well.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we wrap up, please a round of applause, but we'll be wrapping up now. A final question to everyone, because the theme for today was not focusing on the past, it was focusing on the present and the future. And I want us to give some projections, the trends we need to look out for, what we think we're expecting to see from this very important industry. Now we're seeing more government attention, which means formalization, regulation, taxes, but also healthy dose of profits and accountability and so much more for this industry. Mrs. Chika, I'll start with you. In terms of how the CBN is looking at this industry, tell us the trends, the projections you think are going to drive the CBN's engagement with the service sector.
Well, with all we are doing, the CBN, is collaboration. I would write on his ABC, where you have the CBN, CBN, the banks, and the creative industry. That collaboration, once is there and the necessary legislative things are in place, we are going to, the sky is our limit. And then we're going to, because it's going to bring in more funds, okay? We are going to, it's accretion to the foreign reserve. So this is what we see. We'll go back to when we are having more than 40 billion in our reserves. So this is a sector we want to call everybody to, let's get our hands dirty and work to make sure that this takes off. And then I wanted to also tell my colleague that distribution is part of the CIFI. distribution is covered there. So, I mean, go to your banks and access this fund is there. Okay, so with all this, I expect that at the end of the day, we are going to boost the economy, and we will be one of the greatest creative industry. I mean, a place where you come to already. We have fintech. They are going places everywhere in the world. Once somebody sold a platform for billions of dollars. So I know we are going to get there.
Thank you very much. All right, so a round of applause for her, please. Mr. Hakeem Lawal, 1 minute. What are the trends you think, particularly for a company such as InterSwitch, as we look to see the opportunities and the potential and the actualization of that potential in this industry, that they're going to be pushing what the decisions and the actions you take?
Well, I mean, maybe the first one is really a hope that we stop exporting people and start exporting products and services, right? Rather than sending our best talents outside, can they stay here and build products and services that we can then export, right? I think that will be my final word on this.
All right, thank you very much. Please a round of applause for him. All right, Mimi, same to you.
All right. I'm so happy you mentioned Funke breaking records, because just a quick backstory on that. It was actually a boy who reached out to me on LinkedIn, ended up being an intern in an office, and said, I have a story. And then we called it Battle on Booker Street. So it was actually a young boy that actually came up with that story. And I thank God that Funke actually believed in it as well and jumped on board. So what I am leaning on now is the youth. I don't think we're tapping into them like as much as we need to, because there are stories that need to be told. The only way we're going to keep exporting is if we're telling stories. The only way we're going to keep exporting is if we actually teach the importance of intellectual property and actually valuing it properly. The only way we'll keep exporting is if we keep having technology that keeps pushing for this narrative to keep going. The only way we can keep exporting is if we actually have a government intervention where they're working with us in terms of protecting us going forward. And the only way we can keep exporting is if we continuously work together. That's the only way I see it happening. So that's
the stress on together. All right, Olubenga, your final words on this. It's another year here. I know last year we saw a number of interesting comments, and then in the past year there's obviously been progress. And also looking at the progress we hope to make in the next year, 1-2 years. But the trends, the projections, what do you think are going to drive the actions and the decisions you make for this industry going forward?
Aligning with Hakeem here, I think the same thing. We want to see more products being built by Nigerians out there in the world, right? See more Iroko TVs out there, see more product that can scale and can create that value. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jason, no pressure. No pressure at all. Last word, you've done so well so far. Yeah. Not everybody wants to jackpot. I know some people are still fighting you on that, and they'll come and take you up on that. But as we look at the trends, youngest population on earth, the African continent. Now we have the African Continental Free Trade Area, 1.2, 1.3 billion people, goods, services ready for the taking. But there's a lot of work to be done. So for you, what are the trends that are going to drive the work that needs to be done?
So I definitely feel that the banks, the government agencies, institutions, they need to renew their relationship with young people. Young people right now feel that no one cares for them, so when they blow or when anything happens, they have no allegiance to anybody. And once you fracture that relationship, it's not going to come back. And I think you've seen that in like fintech, you see that in investments. Anyone who takes an investment, their first thought is first and foremost, let me have a base outside of Nigeria. So if anything crazy happens, I'll just run away if need be, right? So I think there definitely needs to be a renewal of the relationship between young creatives, young agencies, etc., and the government agencies and the banks. And I'm going to come back to Malaysia again because I was super impressed with what they did. So in order for the MDEC lady to pick up the phone and get anybody on the phone to speak to me, doesn't care how busy they are, they must meet me. The only reason she could do that was because, one, in 1996, when they launched, they had a fund which they gave everybody money. So all of the top 20 animation studios in Malaysia, they all got funding from the MDEC, from the government, one. Two is that they said, okay, young people want a document certification to give the parents confidence that animation is like a real thing. They went to Malaysia University, create this course with the people we're funding to teach the course. So everyone who got money had to go and do courses at the university. So parents felt comfort that this is like a real thing that my child is doing. It's like a real thing supported by the government. So 17, 18 years later, when MNEC pick up the phone, you answer. When MNEC says, give this guy a good price, you'll figure something out, right? So I think we need to get to a stage now where that relationship is not a fractured one, it's not a transactional one, it's genuinely like we want to work together, we want to build creative services. And if you break that bond with the young people, you're never going to get it back. And that's a big problem in 20 years' time.
In 20 years' time. But we also hope that there are those who are listening and they take these words with them and make the correct actions. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your time this afternoon. Please, a round of applause for the panelists. Our final panel, Mr. Lugbenga Agbola, CEO Flutterwave, Mrs. Chika Inwagu, Deputy Director CBN, Mr. Jason Injoko. Please, a round of applause. Let's continue it. CEO Iroko TV, Mimi Bartels, General Manager Film One Studios, and Mr. Akeem Lawal, Divisional CEO, Interswitch Group. Please stand up for your picture. If we could have some of the executives of Zenith join them, please. You're welcome. We'll be having the vote of thanks and our final national anthem. Please don't forget that you have an opportunity to tour the exhibition booths downstairs. So please use that opportunity to also touch base with a number of people you've heard here, as well as some of the subsidiaries of Zenith Bank, which are also downstairs as well. Please, again, once more, a round of applause for my panelists as they leave the stage. Please, let's encourage them. Thank you so much. I'd like to call Dr. Tokwe. You're standing right beside me. And so we'll have the vote of thanks now. Dr. Tokwe Fasharanti will give us the vote of thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's just hold on. Just 1-2 minutes. Let's have our vote of thanks, and then we'll be closing the program.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Let's just sit down for 3 minutes on behalf of you, okay? Good afternoon. Okay, first of all, let me stand on existing protocols. My job is very simple. It's just to wish all of us a goodwill message and to thank you very much. You'll all agree with me that it's been a very fruitful day, a very rewarding day. It's been a very, for me, a thought-provoking day with all the comments and the speeches and all the contributions that I've heard today. I want to say a very big thank you and a very profound appreciation to everybody that's been here today on the online platform and on site at this venue. Thank you very much. You all made this possible. Today has been very successful, and I can assure you that a lot of the deliberations, the thought-provoking comments that were made are things that will continue to put in place for us as a country a very good foundation for us to continue to support the non-oil export. Now, you will agree with me that if you have discussed non-oil exports about 30 years ago, the conversation will be about the agricultural commodities, okay? But over time, we can see that the discussions today, they went more into processing of the commodities. They went into the minerals discussions, okay, and exportation. But more importantly for me, for the last panel was the service industry. We can see that the immense opportunities here is amazing. Look at the startups, look at the IT, we look at the movies, entertainment, look at the music and all that. That's so much that we can do. And we as a bank, we will continue to support exporters, I can assure you that. Finally, the IMF has told us that the potentials for exports of service is about $5 billion in Nigeria. These are massive opportunities for all of us. So overall, I want to say a very big thank you on behalf of my chairman, founder, my group MD, my DMD, my colleagues, the organizing committee. Thank you, everyone, and God bless you. We'll be looking forward to a better and a more powerful seminar and also partnership with our exporters from now and ongoing up to, from 2023 and years that lies ahead. Thank you very much, everyone, and God bless. Thank you very much, everyone. National anthem. National anthem. Yeah. Can we play national anthem, please?